The countdown sequence is initiated. Get your cocktails ready, boys and girls. You got 30 seconds before the ad twins bring in the show. Trivia night commencing in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Is your
Let's
bar
go.
looking a little
All
ordinary?
right, ad
Is it
twins are
lacking
on
something
now. Let's
awesome?
unmute
Well, head
Lisa.
out to your local liquor store and pick up something extraordinary. Grab a bottle of Old Humble Straight Whiskey or Old Humble Special Reserve. They're clean, smooth, easy drinking whiskeys that taste the way whiskey should taste. From humble beginnings to an extraordinary finish, Old Humble whiskeys are what your bar needs today. Walk tall, be awesome, and drink humble. Old Humble Straight Whiskey and Old Humble Special Reserve. Get yours today.
And we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, I am your spirit guide and host, the Old Humble guy himself, here to my left. The brilliant and talented legal artist herself, the person that keeps me out of jail and makes the shit I do legal. Kinda.
It's not what I do.
Yeah, I've got other people for that. Really, she's not. Yeah, I've got other people who are well qualified to do that stuff. Not her.
No, like nobody does that.
Oh yeah, I've got two
No.
people.
You do
I
not
do.
have a wizard.
I do. Well, I've got you, and then I've got Ian, and then I've got the other guy who's not like on staff. He's just an advisor. So there you go. Tonight's trivia night. Excuse me. That cough has not quite gone away, but you know it's just allergies, I'm sure. Actually, what happened earlier today? This is why I have a cough right now. Earlier today, there comes a point in everybody's life when like this stuff sort of thing happens. And earlier today, I was eating an orange, and I took a bite of the orange, and a drop of the juice went down the wrong pipe, and I've been coughing ever since. Was not coughing this morning, ate an orange, am coughing now. I am that many years old. So how's it going over there, Lise?
It's going pretty good. I've got Unhinged ready to go.
Excellent.
I really need to clean my house before the housekeeper need to clean before that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I am going to make myself my cocktail for the night.
What is your cocktail
well,
tonight?
last night we did an absinthe show. If you'd have tuned in, you'd have seen it. You'd have known that already.
I was at the Alley Theater seeing Duncan Sheik's new musical Noir. It was fabulous. And then Sabrina and I went to Beer Paredes afterwards. I had a dry gin martini, and their pepperoni and basil pizza and their pecan caramel cheesecake. It was pretty fabulous.
I bet. I am making a highball for my drink tonight. Nice and simple, going with a summertime classic. One big old chunk of ice, because I don't have like ice for some strange reason in my house. Actually, I know why I don't have ice in my house. But partly because I am just plain lazy. But I'm doing a full shot, ounce and a half, of straight whiskey, ginger ale. Ooh, that was a nice sound. Ginger ale to top off the glass. And a splash of the lemon splash to give it that nice, zesty summertime taste. It is a summertime classic. All your friends are drinking it. You should have one too. There we go. Last night we did the absinthe show. I got some absinthe. We talked about absinthe. You can't really see that on the label. There it is. The label. We talked about absinthe. We talked about the history of absinthe. We made 2 cocktails with the absinthe. One called the Ritual, which is just absinthe water and a sugar cube. The other was absinthe sazerac, which is absinthe bourbon, and a sugar cube, and they were both dreadful. I do not like absinthe. I do not like it here or there. I do not like it anywhere. I will not drink it again, Sam. I will not drink it in a boat with a goat with a fox in a box. Well, I might drink it with a fox in a box. I could see myself like I could picture like the fancy pants artist douchebags like in the salon in Paris drinking absinthe and like acting like it's good. But it was not good. It tasted kind of syrupy sweet, and I didn't like that. Bacon wants to know if the musical ditty at the beginning of the show was what your new Bumble date played during that coffee date, and I should probably note that she can't hear the music at the beginning of the show.
Also, what coffee date?
There you go. So all of that's that's such a delightful. That is yummy. Such a delightful cocktail.
Bacon, what coffee date are you talking about?
I don't think anybody knows what Bacon's talking about. Let's see here. Chat's chatting. You can just review chat in time. Square Table brought up yesterday, along with quite a few others. Hope your campaign gets you over, the HP you shouldn't have to get over in the. Oh, Square Table. Yeah, Square Table. Okay, so the background behind that comment there. Square Table Degenerates had his monetization denied, and there's drama with fucking YouTube, and it sucks, but no one is behind the story. What story? Wait, what story? Oh, the story with the lawyers, right? Okay. So we've got Easy Street with Jen. We've got Square Table Degenerates. We've got Bimbo Barbarella in the house. Mrs. Hopkins. The goddamn bacon. Amanda Talbot is in the house. Cheers, Amanda. We've got a full house already in chat. This is awesome. We got some very motivated people to win imaginary money in trivia tonight. So this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be very fun. Why was that? Oh yes, Lisa was held for review. Why was that held for review? That's dumb. Don't make that held for review, YouTube. YouTube sucks. Pappy Van Winkle out of the decanter. Bravo, go right ahead. Drifter Nomad is in the house. That's a new name. I don't think I've seen Drifter Nomad in the house before. Have you seen that name before? But Pappy 23 out of a decanter. Bravo. That is a fancy drink. Van Gogh did in fact cut his ear off. I'm sure it was probably after drinking absinthe, but he was bipolar, and that's one of the things that he did, and is probably in a manic state. Could have been a depressive state. I don't know. But yes, Van Gogh was one of the absinthe drinkers, one of the famous absinthe drinkers out of the Paris art scenes, or European art scenes, I suppose. One of those guys, yes. But no, absinthe does not make you actually go crazy. It's not hallucinogenic. All the rumors are vastly overstated. And all of the research that I saw, this might be very interesting to you, Lisa. I don't know if it is or not, but in all the rumors that I saw, the absinthe makes you go crazy, absinthe makes you hallucinate, all the silly rumors about absinthe seem to have been started in the early 20th century, late 19th century, early 20th century, as kind of a reefer madness type of smear campaign to get people to not drink the drink.
How did that work out?
It worked out really well because it was banned for a long time because people, it worked out. It worked out in the campaign against weed. So when the reefer madness scare in the 50s, when they think you're just gonna like turn into a shiftless layabout and not do stuff, and then go rape and murder everybody and steal stuff and go weed crazy. Yeah, they thought that was a real thing. You would simultaneously become lazy and shiftless and be filled with a murderous lust.
Okay.
Because those are two great tastes that taste great together. Shiftless layabout filled with murderous lust. I don't know how it works, but hey, it got weed put on the same narcotic schedule as heroin and methamphetamine. So it also the same type of rumors got absinthe banned and uh, and whacked out. But yeah, we did the absinthe show. If y'all want to see more information on it, go back to yesterday's show. Right around the 15-minute mark is when I started doing the absinthe bits and baubles and talking about it and stuff. What else we got going on, Lisa? We don't have a show tomorrow night. For the first time since the beginning of April, I don't have a Friday night show. I might do a happy hour show late.
Which is probably a good thing considering that we're under a flood watch.
I know, right? We're just coming out of a drought. And in fact, I was talking about this on Tuesday. When you come out of a prolonged period of drought, when it starts raining, it doesn't like just immediately soak into the ground. Like the ground gets dry and hard, and when it starts to rain, that rain hits the ground and just whoosh, washes off. And we have a greater flood risk after 30 days of no rain than we do after 30 days of like normal rain, which is insane, absolutely insane. But yeah, that's where we're at. It rained yesterday. It rained today. It's going to rain tomorrow. It's going to rain the next night. It's going to rain every night up until Sunday afternoon. And by Sunday night, it's supposed to be clear, from what I understand. Which makes for a really excellent evening. Did you see my new decorations, Lisa? You see my new decorations?
No, okay.
This?
Yeah.
My new American flag. That is 440 rockets right there in a cake. That is, and these two right here. Those two right there. Let me grab one so you can see it up close. Ah, this beauty. Oh, look at that. Look at this. The Thunder Blitz. I'll hold it the right way. The Thunder Blitz. Look at that beauty.
Okay.
Sticks in the ground right there. Thunk. You light it right here.
Yeah.
And then you know what happens?
Boom.
Awesome shit. 100 rockets fly out of this thing. 100 big flying booms. They go up in the air and go boom. That will be, that will probably be, I mean, if I'm being perfectly rational, perfectly reasonable about this, it'll probably have to be Monday night because I don't think I'll be able to pull this off on Sunday night. It would be cool if I could, but I don't think I can.
Why is that?
Just because, getting everything together, the lovely wife and youngest child leave for some camp on Sunday morning. So, I've got a lot of stuff going on Sunday. I got to, make sure everything gets coordinated over the weekend. It will probably be, we will probably live stream it Monday night, do the live stream show. It's not going to be a long show, but we'll do the live streaming Monday night, and then I'll package up the recorded bits and re-release it on Tuesday, the 5th of July, as our 4th of July extravaganza and 600 subscriber special. See right there, are we still at 612? Let's see if I can push that button and see if it refreshes. Refresh it. Watch it go down to 611. You can't see it from your side though. It's still at 612. Okay, make that number change, people. Do we have Unhinged tonight? Are you still working on it? Are you almost finished?
No, I got it.
All right, we're set because it is now that time. It is 9:18. It is time to do our Unhinged. Sure. I'm scanning through chat. They're talking about this Drifter Nomad's Pappy, which I just find it neat. That is a very expensive. What is that? Buffalo Trace whiskey? Very expensive Buffalo Trace whiskey. I could be mistaken. I'm not sure if that's Buffalo Trace. All right, so let's adjust the window for what you got. I will have the 600 subscriber and 4th of July firework extravaganza No! Don't shut up about your Pappy. I want to know what it tastes like. I've never actually had Pappy. I want to know like the notes. Is a 23-year-old American bourbon? Is that? I mean, I want to know more. I should probably get.
I'm kidding. He doesn't really have that.
Yeah, it's a 20. He says he has 23, Pappy 23 on hand, and that is what he is consuming tonight. Yeah, which is an honor because this is an occasion for a fancy drink. Uh, I mean, if ever there was an occasion, Buffalo Trace, right? If ever there was an occasion for a fancy drink, this is that occasion. This is the show.
No. He said, I'm kidding. 23-year-old Pappy Van Winkle is 50 grand.
Oh yeah, I mean that. Well, now I'm disappointed. I wanted somebody drinking a. I wanted someone. I missed that comment in chat. But man, now I'm sad. Oh, so he had the 10-year. Okay, so the 10 years okay. If you would like, I can sell you a $50,000 bottle of whiskey. Just so you know, Lisa, I'm not sure if you can see this on your end, but the lighting on your side of the window here is absolutely amazing. It looks like a 1960s colorized movie because there's like shadow right here, and then it's like light across the eyes. Like the cinematographer was like, no, put the light right on her eyes, and it's like that dramatic thing where she's like back on the chase lounge, and she's like, ah, and like the light's just right there, and she's all dramatic, like, ah. The lighting is absolutely amazing, absolutely fantastic. So, yeah. Well, if I'm sure you did it on purpose. Brava, good job. All right, so let's get to the weirdos. Come on, these people want to do trivia. Let's make them sit through this so they can make them take their medicine so that they can have their trivia. Because they can't have their pudding if they don't eat their meat. Bonus points if you know what movie that or what that is from. It's not a movie. And that, by the way, randomly giving out points is the tactic that I use to make the teens interact at youth group on Sundays for church. Are you having problems over there with your portfolio of weirdos?
Yes.
Man.
They're being weird.
Who'd have ever thought that a portfolio of weirdos would act weird on the computer too? Well, I guess I can give one more update while we're waiting on Lisa, because Lisa's Lisa. The Old Humble Road show starts up again tomorrow. Tomorrow is July 1st. The Old Humble Road show restarts. My first tasting is at the Kirkwood store here in Houston, Texas. The second tasting is at the Kingwood store here in the Atascocita, Humble area of Houston. And then, all right, we're getting there. And then it goes on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, every week in July until the last week in July when it's just Thursday and Friday. So if you are in the Houston area or the Austin area, because there will be one appearance in Austin as well, if you're in the Houston or Austin area, you want a taste of the rye and a signed bottle, you will have your chance while supplies last. Do not dawdle. I will be there from 5 to 8. I will likely be leaving somewhere in the 6 o'clock hour. I rarely am there after 7. So if they've got a case at the store, I'm selling that damn case, and I am expecting to get out of there by 7 o'clock, especially if I'm in Austin, because there's a 3-hour drive in front of me. Lisa's Unhinged Chronicles is now. Go Lisa, go Lisa, go Lisa, go Lisa.
So this week, June 30th, 2022, I present 5 candidates for Fumblebee of the Week.
Yay.
Candidate number 1.
All right. Candidate number 1.
Right.
In the future, this is how they will pick presidents.
Yeah. This guy says, holy crap, what just happened?
I see I'm opinionated, strong in my beliefs, enjoy and love family.
And I am kind of an asshole. But just think, I could be your asshole.
So clever the way they...
Because you guys know I'm a lawyer, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've got plenty of assholes in my life. I don't need another one, especially not one at home. So anyway,
and all of these, everything about what I'm reading sounds like code words. Pass. Next.
Yeah.
It's like I know that guy. Like I know that. I've talked to that guy. I know exactly what he's talking about.
The asshole?
And he's not like, I'm opinionated and I really care about your own personal control of your uterus. No. He's the other kind of opinionated asshole. Anyway.
The kind that insists that bourbon comes from Kentucky?
Oh yeah, that kind of asshole. Yeah, he's that kind of opinionated asshole. Like, they only make bourbon in Kentucky. You know what? Fuck you. Go away. Just stop talking. Anyway.
So, candidate number 2. Please notice that his profile says that he is 39.
Mm-hmm.
His bio says, I'm 29, looking for a mature woman. And no, I don't need money. I make good money. I just like mature women who are able to have good convos and talks. I'm mature, independent, and professional.
There's a lot of questions here. He says he's 39, then he says he's 29, and he says he was a Virginia Tech graduate from 2017.
Yeah, let me tell you what happened here. He entered 39 into his profile so that he could get into older women's Bumble queues. So, because I've got it filtered. Like, nobody who is 29 should be in my beeline.
But I don't even think he's 29. Because 2017 was like 4 years ago. I mean, maybe he was in school for 6 years. But, I think
he took a gap year.
I think he's even younger than that. I think something about this guy seems sketchy. I mean, other than like everything, like like the math just doesn't add up on this. I see 27. Of course, it is 2022. 2017 was 5 whole years ago, which could put him solidly at 29 because he could have taken a gap. It's not a big difference in years, 27, 28, 29. That's not a huge difference in years. Plus, it's June. I mean, it's not like it's, April of 2022. Okay, sure. Still.
Maybe he was older in his class with a gap year, or, maybe he, like, I took 5 years to get through because I had an internship that didn't.
And I took 5 years to graduate college too, and a summer, 5 years and a summer, because I needed to get my GPA up, because I had good times in college the first time through. The second time through, I was a full-on honor student. The first time through, I was fun, but yeah, like everything about this just says this dude is shooting far. He's definitely trying to outkick his coverage on this one. He's just he's trying hard. He's like, I want a divorced woman who makes bad decisions. Whew. That's, and then somebody's like, you can't just say that. He's like, okay, fine. Lie about my age.
I
That'll
like
hook
that.
in the bad decision girls.
Yeah, I like this sentence. I just like mature women who are able to have good convos and talks. I'm like,
Yeah,
you are not going to be able to carry on a good conversation because you have not mastered the English
right,
language.
exactly. Anybody who wants to have conversations and uses the word convos is a
Mature woman. He likes mature women, not mature women.
yep. More red
Yeah.
flags than a Korean parade. Next. And not like the violent red flags. This is just like dirtbag red flags. Like he's gonna steal all your silverware. And it's not even the good silverware. He's just gonna steal your silverware. Like, where are all
Just
my forks?
flatware. Just
I
the
got
stainless steel
yeah, where are my
flatware.
forks? I have to go back to Target and get another set. Oh fucker.
So our third candidate, me, separated. It's super hard because, of course, kids about 50% of the time, girls' dad, just moved to the gallery app, will not sit in and feel sorry. You don't eat or drink alone. Tell them I'm your cousin or uncle. Tell me about your favorite books and life story because you're interesting. The government trusted me a long time. I bet you can too.
This dude's an old dude.
No,
He's old?
I said no.
Yeah. Oh, he's not old?
I no, like I cannot trust this guy.
Oh no, absolutely not. He's like telling you to lie. Like straight up
No,
telling you
right,
you can trust me, lie about who I am. Uh
right. And so
and
I
immediately I read this and I see this guy's in his 50s. Probably late 50s, pushing 60s.
I don't think so.
Oh, because he thinks he can pass as your uncle. Yeah, I think so. Maybe late 50s. Pushing his 60s might be pushing reality there.
I would bet that his
He's got gray hairs on his chest. I
I would
guarantee
bet
it.
that his age range probably dips down into the 20s.
Really? You think so?
For
What, him?
his search filter on
Oh,
Bumble.
yeah, yeah. He's looking for 20 somethings because he's in his 50s.
Hence the, cousin uncle thing, say I'm a cousin if you're in your 40s, say I'm your uncle if you're in your 20s.
Exactly, exactly.
Right.
And the chat agrees. Like, this guy is a full on nope. He's creepy uncle vibes for sure. A big
Yeah.
zero. Yep.
I will not match with anybody who's separated.
Oh, yeah, he's not even finished he hasn't even finished his current meal. Like, come on, man. You're already making reservations at the next restaurant? Like, get
Like,
done with
get
this.
divorced.
Jeez.
Get divorced.
Yeah, like file the damn papers. Get it done. I mean, whatever.
Yep.
I mean, I get it. You know, you want to get you. I get it. You want some companionship because your wife is
Because
fucking
men
some other
can't be
guy now,
alone.
and yeah, you can't be alone with your own thoughts because then you'll realize that you're a dirtbag. Uh, and the last time you dated 20-something-year-old girls, so or younger. So, now like that's the only kind of girls I know how to pick up is 20-something girls because I've been married for 30 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and that line, the government trusted me for a long time. Like, I mean, yeah, I want to know the stories. Like, I want to know what he did. But to be fair, he was probably just like in the army or the Marines or something.
But
A
I worked
trustee
for
in
the
prison.
government.
Jen says he was probably a trustee in prison.
I worked for the government. They trusted me with like social security numbers and health information and
Yeah,
financial information of
exactly,
citizens.
exactly. The government trusted me could be a very
A
low level
variety of
bureaucratic
things.
uh, dreg. Uh, I mean, banks trust cashiers, so it's like okay, the banks trusted me for a long time. I wonder, I wonder if the government stopped trusting him because he quit, or if like the government stopped trusting him and then fired him. I'm wondering how that sentence actually breaks down in real life. The government trusted
Right.
me a long time,
Yeah, well,
and then
that's
they
just gonna
didn't,
have to
and I
remain
served
a
my
mystery.
time, and now they
That's
have
just
me
gonna
tracked. They're right here.
that's just gonna have to remain a mystery because match.
Well,
So
you can say that now, but we all know that at the end of the season, the top 5 Fumblebee candidates get thrown into a lottery, get thrown onto the wheel of doom, and we spin it, and the winner goes out on a date with Lisa. So pick wisely, people. Pick
that is not the way this
wisely.
works. All right. So our
Next.
next candidate,
Uh,
so his ball cap says
Yano Feed and Supply?
no. Lano.
Oh, Lano, right, because Texas. Fucking people.
Right. I graduated from high school in Lano. I'm like, how did this like what are the odds?
He was Marine
Somebody
Corps in
wearing a Lano
1994.
ball cap.
He's U.S. Marines in 1994, which means probably college after that. So he's not, he might be my age, a little bit younger than me, mid 40s. You might have
Yeah.
got you might I mean if you grew up in Lano, you might have known this guy in high school.
No, I was only there for 2 years.
Uh-huh. Sure, you still might have known him. Unless
Yeah.
the years you
So
were there were 0, 1, and 2.
yeah. No. But anyway, I was just like, what? How did this happen?
All right, we need to get this guy set up at least for a whole date.
So our last guy says the perfect first date is a nice
Hmm.
dinner, then a walk in the beach at night.
Okay.
I'm like, that sounds like a great way to get murdered.
I God's honest truth, I've had more than one first date that went just like that. We went down to Galveston, we had a nice meal, and walked on the beach. More than
Yeah,
one first
but
date that went that way.
didn't you know the person before? Like you weren't meeting them for the
No,
first
no,
time.
no. Yeah, yeah. It wasn't like we meet in Galveston. No, 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 no. It was like we knew each other. Like it was a first. Like we had talked before the first date. Yeah, yeah. So, no, this was not a blind date where you show up and hi, get in the car, let's go, and then you drive 90 minutes south, uh, to where they're trapped and they have to enjoy the meal with you. No, we didn't do that. No.
Right. Right.
But yeah, this is
Okay.
this for blind dates. That is a great way to either A, be stuck in Galveston, or B, uh, tossed out into the surf with your limp, lifeless body rolling in the waves before it comes back to the rocks and gets eaten by crabs. That was a vivid picture that just popped in my mind. That was awesome. Thanks, Lisa.
So yeah, no, that's not a perfect first date for
because
me.
because you're down in Galveston. He's like, you know what? We could like, I mean, you could get an Uber to go home, or we could just stay here and like, fuck it, I can bring you home. And that's like full on non consensual any which way you slice it, Broheim.
So anyway, to
Yeah.
recap,
I mean, it might be a perfect first date for him because you're trapped.
right,
You're trapped.
right, right.
Also, a perfect first date for him is to bring you back to his murder house where he puts you in shackles, and has you in the basement where all the upstairs windows are boarded up and um, covered up with curtains so that nobody can see from the outside. And
Or
the
could be like Marilyn Manson, take
the
somebody home, put them in a glass box that they can't get out of.
yeah, and the walls are extra
Soundproof,
insulated
soundproof
so
glass
they
box.
can't hear you scream. It's just or laser tag. You know, that's another option. Just laser tag. Just have some fun. Maybe maybe walk along the bayou in downtown Houston where there's a bunch of people and it's not an hour and a half away from home. Just some thoughts.
Still borderline sketch.
Yeah, but at least you're like in town and you're not an hour away from town. I mean, Houston's not LA. The beach isn't like right there. The beach is
Right.
an
Right.
hour out of town. It's still like right there. An hour is nothing in Houston. But Jesus. Anyway, okay, time to take votes, people.
So A, just what I need, another asshole. B, looking for the mature woman's.
God.
C, the separated guy who the
Mm.
government trusted. D is the guy with the hat from Lano.
Lisa's old high school boyfriend.
And then E, murder on the beach. Like, that's totally a Lifetime movie.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, and chances are, like, he won't murder you the first. Like, he won't murder everyone he takes to the beach. Just the ones that he finds to be really special. Yeah, if you're a perfect match. Um, oh Lord. God, I don't know which. Like, these are all just like generic dirt bags. There's not one of them like stand. They all stand out for different reasons. You know, like you've got your code word asshole. You've got your other code word asshole who's trying to outkick his coverage. That dude just seems so pathetic.
He's pathetic.
He's like, I want an older lady who's already got a job, so I don't have to. I would really like to play Xbox all day, but I'm going to tell you I've got a job and I've got money, but I would really like to play Xbox all day. Can I please, mommy? The separated dude's also kind of pathetic, but he, a little bit endearing. I mean, he's just trying to get his pen inked. You can't really fault him for that, I guess, but that's not. Man. I mean, just because the last time you dated was 20-something-year-olds doesn't mean you're still qualified to date 20-something-year-olds. If you're his age, which I'm assuming is mid-50s, you've either got to be really rich or really famous to date 20-somethings. And my hunch is that he is neither one of those things. Because he's using a dating app while he's separated. If you're using a dating app while you're separated, you're probably not really famous and you're probably not really rich. Because really famous, really rich people, they don't need to use dating apps while they're separated. They're just, going down to the park and picking up a dog mom or something. Pathetic. I mean, the Lano guy is like the least.
Lano.
Whatever.
Yes, he is definitely like. There's really nothing wrong with him. It was just a bizarre coincidence.
There's nothing wrong with this guy. I just hate him.
I couldn't believe that there was.
Bacon needs a reminder. Are we voting for the worst guy or the best guy?
The
worst of
guy.
the lot or the best of the lot?
No, the worst of the worst.
Okay. So he says D is the worst, B is the best. So the mature dude is the least pathetic of the lot and the least dirtbaggish.
That backwards.
And D is the
guy with the hat.
And then the murder on the beach guy. I mean, I don't think he realizes how murdery his profile sounds. But because he's like thinking, yeah, this is a great thing to do with chicks that I know. That I'm asking out for the first time, that I've known for a long time. I don't think he understands the game.
Right.
Like, you don't ask them to go to the beach with you. You put them in the car and you lock the doors and then you go to the beach, you dumb idiot. God. Not that I know anything about murdering people. Allegedly. All right, so we got votes. We got D.
So yeah, Bacon has that backwards.
Okay.
You are like, what you're voting for is the worst guy.
There's biggest scumbag.
Nothing wrong with the guy with the Lano hat. So if you're voting for him, you've got this backwards.
Yeah, she'd have totally jumped that guy's bones if he wasn't wearing the hat. That was a dude that she would be like, you would not even be able to comprehend what she was saying because her mouth would be full, man. I'm sorry, Lisa. Uh, God, that sounded like it tasted like vomit as I said it. Um,
It should have.
yeah, I know it was just awful. My apologies. Um, so we've got a vote for E, the murder on the beach from Amanda. We've got a vote for D by default. D for default. So 1, 2, 3. We got 3 votes for D, 1 vote for B, 1 vote for E, another vote for B. That's 2 Bs.
Oh, wait. Jen changed her vote. She says the worst guy is C.
The separated, pathetic husband.
Yeah, Bacon changed his vote. He said B is the worst.
Yeah, so we got B. It looks like we kind of got a tie between B and E, is what it feels like. Like the room is split between Murder Boy, Murder on the Beach, and the dude who's looking for a new mommy. But I think just scanning through, it looks like because we got actually no. You know what? Uh, D by default has no. I'm sorry, Jen changed it from D to C. So yeah, no, D by default does not get it. C gets 1, B got 2, and E got 2. So I guess I have to cast the tie-breaking vote, and I would go with. I'm gonna. My gut tells me that the dude looking for a new mommy, the 28-year-old looking for a new mommy, is just he's the key. He's peak pathetic in this particular scenario of
In this particular group.
yeah. But between the dude looking for a new mommy and the guy who just doesn't understand how creepy it is to ask a girl out on a first date to take her to the beach and threaten, like he's ignorant. Like the murder boy is ignorant, but like the dude looking for a new mommy, he knows exactly what he's looking for, and he's just fucking pathetic. All he wants to do is eat hot pockets and play the Xbox, and like, dude,
Have somebody fold his laundry.
yeah, fucking learn how to use a washing machine for God's sake. And for the record, I know exactly how to use the washing machine. My wife just doesn't like the way I use the washing machine, so that is one of many life lessons that I learned from Bill Cosby when I was younger. Is if you do something and do it wrong enough, your wife won't let you do it anymore. So there you go, boys. Now you have a life lesson. You can ignore the life lesson that you learned from Bill Cosby in your later years. If they say no, just give them some barbiturates. That's a bad life lesson. Don't use that one. Or better still, give them the barbiturates before they say no. Like Mr. Cosby, that is not the way you should go through life. You should probably not do that. It's going to ruin your career. But he got that piece of advice too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, Bimbo Barbarella says they were all quality men.
They were quality something. I don't know about men.
All right, so your bonus line
Oh
was
boy.
sent to me by a friend of mine who is also on Bubble, but he's a guy, so he's looking at the flip side of this.
Oh boy.
Women who are on Bumble.
So we get to see the train wrecks on the other side of the coin.
Yes, just one though. Just one train wreck tonight.
Okay. Oh. Hmm. That is
Those are some serious eyebrows.
that okay. I would I mean this might be like somewhat politically incorrect, but my first like reaction is that she looks like she would be doing a very lively performance of It's Raining Men on a stage at one of the bars on the southwest side of downtown in the Montrose area. A very, very rousing performance on Drag Night at Michael's. That's there's a fierceness about her. And
there is a fierceness about her.
that is something.
I blocked Mrs. Hopkins. Mrs. Hopkins.
Oh, Barbie girl. There it is. Yeah.
I blocked out her name.
Mm-hmm.
That's the name.
Oh, it is Barbie girl?
Just Barbie.
Oh, really?
Really?
Wow. All right. Brava. That is Jesus. And see, that's the kind, yeah, she is fabulous. That is exactly the word that I would look that's it. She's fabulous. And she's something. And don't get me wrong, those shows, like, Michael's and Area 57 and Miami Beach and AJ's, those shows are fantastic. Those guys, girls, they put on a fucking rendition. They do it. And
actually, those pieces aren't there anymore.
yeah, some of them are. I mean, it's been since 2020 since I've browsed around to do any market research out in most bars. I only go to like 2 or 3 now, but yeah. Anyway, they're great shows. They're great shows, and they're fantastic to watch. Crowd pleasers, absolute crowd pleasers, every one of them.
Easy Street with Jen. I'm sorry. No, there were no photos of pants this week.
No photos of pants. Oh, damn, Lisa. Yeah, you gotta up your game next time, then.
You mean find photos of pants?
Yeah. See, bacon. I was trying to like frame it up so that y'all knew what I was talking about, but Bacon just goes right to the point. Like, yeah, she's probably trans. Like, great makeup job though. Great makeup job. But good God, I am so glad that I'm happily married, and I will fight like crazy to remain happily married. I keep telling her every damn day, you are happily married. Hopefully the brainwashing will work, and she's
a saint. That
she
woman
is.
is an
She is.
absolute saint.
But for the record, I put up with a lot of shit too. It's just different shit. She's a wonderful, adorable lady. I had to whistle 3 times to get her to finally come over here yesterday and take her drink. I had to whistle 3 times.
Why
And
are
then
you
she had the nerve. She had the nerve to open the door and yell at me for whistling. I mean, like, woman, I wouldn't have had to whistle 3 times if you'd come the first time.
Don't whistle at your wife unless it's intended to,
get her attention. Well, she can't hear it when I snap. Watch her show up because I snap. Oh, Jesus. I love her to death. She puts up with so much crap. It's so funny. And I wouldn't get away with any of it if she thought for a moment it was sincere. The only sincere thing she gets from me is the true love that I give her every fucking day of the week. She thought a train was pulling a station. But she did get a delightful cocktail out of it. So there's that. There's always that. All right, let me trim this down. Trim the screen. Boop. Okay, it is time now for trivia. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, the tradition has returned. The Old Humble Distilling Company pub trivia, June 30th edition. Tonight's theme round is let's see here. General knowledge is the first round. Under the Sea is our theme round in round 2. Let's go over the rules and the procedures. There are 6 total rounds. Rounds 1 through 5 are worth 1 point. Round 6 is worth 2 points. No cheating allowed. I can't stop you from Googling things, but I do not give you enough time to Google things. You will get 9 questions in each round. I will ask each question twice. You will put the answer to the question in your comment line. And at the end of the 9th question, send your comment. Post it. Lisa is the scorekeeper and final judge for the answers. And the tally master of the points. She will help me to keep track of all that stuff. I will help her to tally the points as well. After the 9th question, I will start answering the questions. When I start answering the questions, you cannot answer any further. And of course, the final judge for that will be Lisa and I. Or Lisa and me. Sorry, I and me are not interchangeable. Any names require first and last name unless the name is commonly accepted as a single name, like Cher or Madonna.
Thank you.
Or Gandhi. Also,
how many rounds are there?
There are 6 rounds total. The final round is worth 2 points for each question. So every round is worth 9 points, except for the last round, which is worth 18. Moose Gal's MIA. Oh, she is Moose Gal's MIA. Wait, what? There were shenanigans on Twisted's page last night? Oh, I need to find out what that is. I missed it. So she's MIA. Is she MIA because she got banned by YouTube, or is she MIA because she's still hungover? Ooh, I need to know. Details, please. Okay. Let's get started. Also at the end of the 9th question, I ask it twice. I'll give you 45 seconds to finish typing and post your answers before starting with the answers. Lisa, are we ready with the scorecard?
Yes.
Have I talked slow enough for you to get everything organized?
Yes. Thank
All
you.
right. So we've got Bimbo, Bacon, Amanda, Jen, Hopkins, Mrs. Hopkins, if you please. Got everybody else? That everybody? Pretty much. If I left off your name, Lisa, did I leave off any names?
What about that drifter guy?
Yeah, Drifter Nomad, you still in the party? Because we can get you in on chat. And I should also remind people of what the stakes are. First place gets 20 boozy bucks. Second place gets 10 boozy bucks. Third place gets 5 boozy bucks. Boozy bucks are cumulative from week to week. And they can be traded in for merchandise at our company store. Hats and shirts are $20 each plus shipping. Shot glasses are $5. Bottles of whiskey are negotiable. You need to contact me directly. To me directly through the distillery, but you contact me directly and we will arrange for a delivery. But prices start at like $40 for our straight whiskey plus delivery. Or you can switch out your boozy bucks for slices of the Wheel of Doom and Fame. Doom and Glory, the Wheel of Doom and Glory, which will be...
change the name every week.
It's the Wheel of Doom and something else every week.
It's not very doomy.
Oh, sure, it's the Wheel of Doom, or the Wheel of Doom, because most people lose on the Wheel of Doom. Only one person wins. Everyone else loses, and they have their heads separated from their necks and hung on the walls. That's not true. We don't do that. But the next spinning of the wheel will likely be in September, and the person whose name comes up on the wheel will likely get something delicious. Provided by me, the Old Humble guy himself. Are we ready for trivia, Lisa? We ready for trivia?
I'm ready.
Can I get a hell yeah out of chat? Just one to show that we're ready for trivia? And then we will ring the bell and light this rocket. Not that rocket. Those rockets get lit next week. We'll light this rocket. The pub trivia.
Don't like those rockets.
The pub trivia rocket. But I need to get one hell yeah. I need to get a hell yeah from the congregation.
Your lovely wife would be very upset if you lit those rockets.
Well, we got a hell yeah from the congregation. We got 2 hell yeahs from the congregation. I'll take it. All right. For round 1, general knowledge. And I've said like almost every week that I need to get like a graphic to come through. Like bing, bing, the round one bell. But I've yet to do that because I am lazy. Round one, general knowledge. Question one. What animal is found on the logo for Porsche? What animal is found on the logo for Porsche? Question two. How many yards is the ball from the goal line in a soccer penalty kick? How many yards from the goal line is the soccer ball in a soccer penalty kick? Number three. On a Monopoly board, what color is the property on Tennessee Avenue? What color is the property on Tennessee Avenue? Question number four. True or false? Pause. Hold on. Drifter Nomad, while you're in, since you've rejoined us for trivia, put all of your answers in a single chat line, and then at the end of the 9th question, send all the answers at once and number the answers 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., all the way up to 9. Resume. Question number 4. True or false? Cougars, pumas, mountain lions, and panthers are all the same species. True or false? Cougar, puma, mountain lion, and panther are all the same species. Question number 5. Insects have 3 sections to their body. One is the head. Name the other 2. And this is, you have to name both to get the point. That's dickish. Insects have 3 sections to their body. One is the head. Name the other 2. Question number 6. In hockey, how many minutes long is a minor penalty? In hockey, how many minutes long is a minor penalty? Question number 7. What is the name given to the volleyball in the Tom Hanks 2000 film Castaway? What is the name given to the volleyball in Tom Hanks's 2000 film Castaway? Question number 8. The word trivia comes from a word meaning place where 3 roads meet in what language? The word trivia comes from a word meaning place where 3 roads meet in what language? Question number 9. Who directed the movies Titanic, Avatar, and The Terminator? Who directed the movies Titanic, Avatar, and The Terminator? That concludes the questions for round 1. 45 seconds are on the clock. Tick tock, tick tock. Finish your answers. Push the send button and post your responses. Bimbo Barbarella is in first. The goddamn bacon comes in second. We have 30 seconds elapsed. Amanda's in. Easy Street's in. That is 40 seconds. Get them in now or forever hold your peace. That is 50 seconds. I gave you an extra 5 seconds because I love you, but not in a creepy way. Like Dale, that freaking weirdo. All right. Answers to the questions are as follows. Question number 1. Porsche logo is a horse. The number of yards from the goal line for a soccer penalty kick is 12 yards. On a Monopoly board, Tennessee Avenue is orange. Orange is number 3. True or false, cougars, pumas, mountain lions are all the same species. That is true. Number 4 is true. Insects have 3 sections of their body. There's the head. Name the other 2. That is thorax and abdomen. Is the answer number 5. Thorax and abdomen. You have to get them both in order to get the point. It's only worth 1 point, shockingly. In hockey, how many minutes long is a minor penalty? That is 2 minutes for a minor penalty. Hockey is a sport that they play in Canada and the tundra states, and for some reason, Arizona and Dallas.
I like it.
In
It's
case
Florida.
in case you were wondering. Florida. What is the name given to the volleyball in Tom Hanks's film Castaway? That is Wilson. Wilson is the name of the volleyball. That is number 7. Number 8, trivia is Latin. 3 roads meet in Latin. And finally, number 9, the movie Titanic, Avatar, and the Terminator was directed by James Cameron. James Cameron. And that is, of course, see, we have a perfect example right here. James Cameron requires 2 names. Spielberg, only 1. Because we all know who Spielberg is. But Cameron, James, that could be anybody. All right. So Bimbo Barbarella got 1, 2.
I have 6 for Bimbo Barbarella.
3, 4, yep, 5, 6, yep. Okay, so you're already through bacon. I'll stop. Amanda said, wrong. Correct. And correct. She got 5. Amanda got 5. Good for you, Amanda. 1, 2. Nope. 3 orange. Okay, so she got orange, true.
I got 2.
7 is Will. What is 7? Oh, Wilson. She did not get the whole name. Burn. So she got 2, 3?
2.
Yeah, she got 2. And then Mrs. Hopkins.
Got 4.
Mrs. Hopkins. I love that name. Like Mrs. Hopkins. It's so formal and like appropriate. Just, I am Mrs. Hopkins. Thank you very much. Like I picture Mrs. Hopkins in like a straw bonnet and a polka dot dress with the fabulous glasses and a mojito by the pool. Not like reading a book, by the pool reading a book with a mojito. And she's just Mrs. The pool can be like at a hotel or a resort of some sort. She's just there. She lives at the resort. That's where she's at. She just lives there. And she's just there at the resort, and like people just come up to her and they're like, Mrs. Hopkins, can I do anything for you? And I said, no, I'm having a lovely time, thank you. And then she just goes back and starts reading her book again. That is in my head. That's Mrs. Hopkins. Like Mary Poppins. And then, she gets called away and she has to go straighten out some weird kids. All right, enough of that. On to round 2. On to round 2.
She says she has a paranormal reason for her name.
I bet. I'm going to have to research it. Or maybe I'll just ask her one day. And by the way, I'd like to add one more thing. Bimbo Barbarella's music program, her show, the live shows that she does, fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. So a little shout out for her. Subscribe to all these people's channels. People in chat. Subscribe to everybody's channels. Be decent. Like go check things out. It's fun. It's a fun way to spend your afternoon, so you're not just watching Minecraft videos like some kind of loser. Okay, round 2. Under the sea, round 2. Question number 1. Hang on, I need to reset my setup here. All right, question number 1. Round 2, question 1. Let's go. How many brains does an octopus have? That is a combination of words I never thought I would ever say out loud. How many brains does an octopus have? Question 2. What color algae is the most common seaweed in the world? Question 2. What color algae is the most common seaweed in the world? Question 3. What family of seabird includes the species with the largest wingspan in the world? What family of seabird includes the species with the largest wingspan in the world? Question 4. The horn of a narwhal is actually what kind of appendage? The horn of a narwhal is actually what kind of appendage? Question 5. What is the largest fish in the sea? What is the largest fish in the sea? Question 6. How many hearts do octopuses have? And that's how it's written, octopuses. How many hearts do octopuses have? Question 7. A shark's skeleton is made of what? A shark's skeleton is made of what? Spoiler, it's not gummy bears. Wish it was, though. Sharks would be awesome. Question 8. True or false? A manta ray is technically a fish. True or false? A manta ray is technically a fish. And question number 9. What is the natural chemical process that allows ocean plants and animals to produce light in their bodies? What is the natural chemical process that allows ocean plants and animals to produce light in their bodies? That is 9 questions from Under the Sea.
I am very disappointed that there were no questions about the Little Mermaid.
I know, right? They should definitely have had one. Like, what is that weird thing that sings the music? Is it a shrimp? Is it a lobster? It's a crab. It's a crab. We know this. Like, you don't even need to give us the list. What does the Little Mermaid use to brush her hair?
Tuna?
Tuna's in the house. I haven't seen Tuna in a coon's age. Tuna?
Tuna, I missed you.
Tuna's back.
Tuna came back right in time.
And there's gonna be
in the
trouble.
Under the Sea round.
I know, right? Popped in just in time. That's awesome. Oh, it's been 45 seconds. So y'all post your answers now or be done with you. Tuna's in the house. Fabuloso. What else? What else was there? Oh yeah, what? So you know, if you're ever in Disney World or Disney World, the big one. If you're ever there, always, always, always have a plastic fork in your pocket, just in case you come across a little girl dressed as the Little Mermaid, because then you can give her the fork, and the look on the little girls' faces when you give her the fork is just amazing. It like makes their day because they've gone the entire day at Disney World without having anybody hand them a fork. They're dressed like the Little Mermaid. Nobody's ever handed them a fork. You hand them a fork, they're like, oh, "You get it!" Like, yes, I'm a dad too. I get it. That your parents didn't do this is a shame, but that is always participate in the magic of Disney World.
And you're not even a girl dad.
I know, that's right?
Awesome show.
Like I know how to be a decent human being sometimes. But I also, on that same trip to Disney World, stared into an empty exhibit at the Animal Kingdom park and pointed and just stood there, stared and pointed and hollered over at my lovely wife to come and look and got a whole crowd of people to join me in looking at nothing. It was hilarious. So I can be a decent person, but I can also troll ding-dongs all day long. Okay, let's go with the answers. We have answers posted. Looks like Bimbo was first to come in again. Fantastic. Thank you, Barbarella. Let's go. Answer to number 1, round 2. How many brains does an octopus have? 9. Octopuses have 9 brains and apparently are called octopuses. What color algae is the most common in the world? That is brown. Answer to number 2 is brown. Family of seabird with the largest wingspan is an albatross. Albatross is the answer to number 3. Number 4, the horn of a narwhal is a tooth. You perverts. It is a tooth. Number 5. Sure, somebody. If somebody didn't put penis, I'm going to be very. We have to have at least one person put penis. Did it happen? I don't see penis. Damn it! It's so disappointing. Why do y'all disappoint me so much? Okay. The horn. Number 4 is a tooth. Number 5, whale shark. Number 5 is whale shark. Number 6, octopi have 3 hearts. Octopi have 3 hearts. A shark skeleton is made of cartilage. True or false? A manta ray is a fish. That is true. Manta rays are fish, just like sharks. Manta rays are fish, and the natural chemical process that allows ocean plants to glow is bioluminescence. Bioluminescence. Bioluminescence.
So,
That is the answer to number 9. Yes, ma'am.
Bimbo Barbarella said bone instead of tooth. I am going to give credit for that. On the narwhal question.
Okay. I will be overruled. I will allow myself to be overruled. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference in the long run. In the long run, I don't think it's going to make that big of a
So
difference.
it was whale shark and 3 hearts.
3 hearts. Octopi have, yeah, whale shark is number 5. Number 6 is 3 hearts. And then cartilage and true and bioluminescence.
I got 5.
Mm-hmm. So do we have the tally?
Drifter has 4.
7 is calcium. No, not calcium. COMB? Nope.
1, 2.
Wait, what?
Jen has 3.
Oh, 10 comb. I see what you did there. That's cool.
Okay, Amanda.
Amanda.
3, 4 for Amanda. 1 for Mrs. Hopkins. No, I have Bacon with 5, Bimbo Barbarella with 1, Amanda with 4, Mrs. Hopkins with 1, Easy Street with Jen with 3, and Drifter Nomad with 4 for this round. Bacon totals 9, Bimbo Barbarella is at 7, Amanda is at 9, Mrs. Hopkins 5, Easy Street with Jen 5, and Drifter Nomad 4. Oh. Pretty good, Drifter Nomad, for jumping in the second round.
I would like to announce the end of the game. Moose Gal just arrived. So y'all are all competing for second place now. She has spotted you 2 rounds. Y'all are all competing for second place. Moose Gal is in the house. Cheers, Moose Gal. Good to see you.
Amanda
Glad you joined us.
She got, hang on. Amanda says she got 5. I have
so 1, 2. Okay, hang on. She missed 1. She missed 2.
Oh, wait. Albatross is the biggest bird?
Albatross is the family of birds. Yeah, albatross. She got albatross right.
She did get 5.
Okay, awesome.
Amanda, you are leading with 10 points. Thank you for pointing that out. That's why I tell you how many points you get around, just in case.
Good call. Fun fact about the albatross, River Tam was referred to as Captain Malcolm Reynolds' albatross on the movie Serenity in the final scene. So there you go. I know this because I am a giant nerd. Okay, carry on. Round 3. Round 3, the entertainment round. Round 3. This round will have 10 questions. Entertainment, round 3. Question 1. The 2001 remake of the song Lady Marmalade was featured in what film? The 2001 remake of the song Lady Marmalade was featured in what film? Question 2. What superstar rapper was a child actor in the Canadian TV show Degrassi, The Next Generation? What superstar rapper was a child actor in the Canadian TV show Degrassi, The Next Generation? Question 3. Author R.L. Stine is famous for writing what best-selling kids book series? Author R.L. Stine is famous for writing what best-selling kids book series? Question number 4. What American composed popular marches Stars and Stripes Forever, The Liberty Bell, and Semper Fidelis? What American composed popular marches, there we go, Stars and Stripes Forever, The Liberty Bell, and Semper Fidelis? Question number 5. So, question number 4, name the composer, by the way. Number 5. In the entertainment business, the awards acronym EGOT stands for what? And you get 1 point for each. In the entertainment business, the awards acronym EGOT stands for what? And you get 1 point for each. Question 6. Ironically, what was Billboard magazine's best-selling album for 1999? Ironically, what was Billboard magazine's best-selling album for 1999? Question 7. What Oscar-winning actress portrayed Furiosa in Mad Max Fury Road? What Oscar-winning actress portrayed Furiosa in Mad Max Fury Road? Question number 8. Who was the Super Bowl halftime performer that was upstaged by the Left Shark? Who was the Super Bowl halftime performer upstaged by the Left Shark? Question number 9. Who partnered with the lyricist Tim Rice to write the songs in Disney's animated Lion King movie? Who partnered with lyricist Tim Rice to write the songs in Disney's animated Lion King movie? And finally, the bonus question for this round. What obscure Russian band from the 1980s rose to mainstream fame in the United States during Perestroika? What obscure Russian band in the 1980s rose to mainstream fame in the United States during Perestroika? 45 seconds on the timer. And go. All right, so there are 10 questions. There's 9 questions plus 1 bonus question in the entertainment section. I actually knew all of these except for one. I've never seen Mad Max Fury Road. I did not know that one. But I knew all of the others, surprisingly enough. So, there you go. We've got answers coming in. Goddamn Bacon jumped it off with the first set of answers, and it has been 40 seconds. We're at 45, and now it's time to start answering the questions. Are we ready? I'm ready. Let's see here. We've got Bacon, Amanda, Bimbo, Jen, Hopkins, Drifter Nomad, and I think that's everybody. Moose Gal. No answers from Moose Gal. I'll give her 5, a countdown from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2. This round has a whole bunch of points in it too. It's like 15 total points because of the EGOT. All right. And we're off. Let's go. Back to live music on my earbuds there. Okay, answer to question number 1, round 3, entertainment. 2001 remake of Lady Marmalade was Moulin Rouge. Moulin Rouge. A famous French place. The superstar rapper who was in Degrassi is Drake. A superstar Canadian child actor is Drake. Author R.L. Stine wrote Goosebumps. Number 3 is Goosebumps. Number 4, the American composer who wrote popular marches Stars and Stripes Forever, the Liberty Bell, also known as the theme to Monty Python and the Holy Grail, and Semper Fidelis is John Philip Sousa. Just Sousa will not do. Has to be John Philip Sousa. I think De Sousa is okay. Jen. Sousa, you know what?
My call.
Yeah, I think Sousa marches are fine because I mean I'm a band nerd, so I know John Philip Sousa. I can't think of another composer named Sousa, so we can accept Sousa.
I can't think of anybody else named Sousa.
Well, there's Susu Studio from Phil Collins, but that's a different spelling. In the entertainment business, the EGOT is Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony. Tracy Jordan was famous for his quest for that in 30 Rock. Also famous for other things. Ironically, the Billboard magazine's best-selling album for 1999 was Millennium by the Backstreet Boys. Millennium, that is the answer to number 6. Number 7, Oscar-winning actress portrayed Furiosa, that is Charlize Theron, famous African-American. Charlize Theron. She's South African, by the way. And white as driven snow. Who is the Super Bowl halftime performer who was upstaged by Left Shark? That is Katy Perry. Katy Perry was upstaged by the Left Shark. Who partnered with lyricist Tim Rice for the Lion King movie? That is Elton John. And the obscure Russian band in the 1980s that rose to mainstream fame during Perestroika is Gorky Park. Gorky Park. And that is a true obscure Russian band. Right, Bimbo Barbarella? Sousa is a terrible tequila. Sousa is a terrible tequila, but I think it might be spelled differently. All right. We got a bunch of answers this time around. All right, so starting with bacon and going down. How are we doing? Chicago, good guess, but incorrect. 2 Chainz, also good guess, but incorrect. John Philip D'Souza. I think that's...
Yeah, I'm not going to take that one.
D'Souza, that's a writer, right?
That's Dinesh D'Souza.
Dinesh D'Souza, yeah. That's not even a writer. I'm going to pour myself a fresh drink because I still have ice in my cup, and we are a little over halfway through the show.
I need a snack.
While you're doing this, I can pour myself a drink using proper measurements. Probably going to be a little strong, but that's okay. Because I'm a grown-up and I can handle strong drinks. Not like my 15-year-old cousin. Actually, that's a lie. I don't have a 15-year-old cousin. I have a 15-year-old nephew. He can't handle his alcohol. He's just a kid. All right. How we doing, Lisa? Any questions? Are we bound up somewhere? Moose Cow came in with answers. I missed him.
Moose Cow said 1, Moulin Rouge. 2 through 9. My answers are whatever Joe says is correct.
Oh, there she is. With 2 through 9, whatever Joe says is correct. That is awesome. That is a hearty effort there, Moose Cow.
Easy Street with Jen says there once was a man from Aruba who, through his butt, played the tuba. But then, not wrong. When he played
Nice. By John, Kiss My Ass by John Philip Sousa. Nice. That is a great limerick. I love that, and I will borrow it.
So for this round, Bacon has 3 points. Bimbo Barbarella has 6 points. Amanda, 13 points. Mrs. Hopkins, 7 points. Easy Street with Jen, 5 points. Drifter Nomad, 5 points. Moose Cow, I'm going to give you 1 point. So your totals.
Toodles.
Bacon has 12. Bimbo Barbarella has 13. Amanda has 23. Mrs. Hopkins is 12. Easy Street with Jen has 10. Drifter Nomad has 9. Moose Gal has 1 total.
Nice. And full disclosure, the Gorky Park question did come up on another stream earlier today. But I'll get into that later. That's why it was a bonus question. But we'll get into that later. That's why I said Bimbo Barbarella show was such a great show. Because they were talking about obscure foreign bands, and it just like fit in really nicely with tonight's entertainment question. So, on to round 6. And I knew Gorky Park, and they didn't. And I was very proud of myself because I don't know entertainment things, and I really don't know bands. So there you go. Round 4. Oh, Lisa just wandered off. This happens all the time. Even when I'm talking to my wife, I'm like in the middle of a sentence, and my wife will just wander off. This is why me and Lisa have such good rapport. She is like just like my wife. I would be like in the middle of a damn sentence, and my wife would just go wander off and go into the other room, and I'm like, well, I was talking. She's like, I can still hear you in here doing this other thing that is completely not related to what you're doing. And I'm like, well,
she's got lots to do, Joe.
I'll just go over here now, I guess. Whatever. God. Nothing is more important than listening to me. And catering to my needs. All right. Anyway. So we ready? We're ready. We're ready for round, where are we at? 4. Round 4. 9 questions, history, culture, and geography. Round 4, question 1. Bing, bang. What 2 South American countries have the pisco sour as their national drink? All you have to do is name one. What 2 South American countries have the pisco sour as their national drink? Name one of them. What Japanese city, question number 2, what Japanese city did the United States bomb after dropping the atomic bomb on Hiroshima? What Japanese city did the United States bomb after dropping the atomic bomb on Hiroshima? Or Hiroshima, depending on how you choose to pronounce it, incorrectly or correctly. Question 3. In 2022, Xiomara Castro was sworn in as the first female president of what country? In 2022, Xiomara Castro was sworn in as the first female president of what country? Question number 4. Who made the most expensive piece of artwork by an American artist that was ever sold at auction? Who made the most expensive piece of artwork by an American artist that was ever sold at auction? Number 5. What is the official U.S. national motto? What is the official U.S. national motto? Question number 6. Who was Hillary Clinton's running mate in the 2016 presidential election? Who was Hillary Clinton's running mate in the 2016 presidential election? Question 7. What U.S. president said, "The worst sin in politics is being boring"? What U.S. president said, number 7, what U.S. president said, "The worst sin in politics is being boring"? Question number 8. What political world leader was awarded the 1953 Nobel Prize for Literature? What political world leader was awarded the 1953 Nobel Prize for Literature? And finally, question number 9. What astronomer is mentioned in the Queen song Bohemian Rhapsody? What astronomer is mentioned in the Queen song Bohemian Rhapsody? 45 seconds on the clock. Get your answers into the chat box. You have just under 35 seconds now because it's been 10 seconds since I pushed the button. What was that, Lisa? Was that a purse?
No, it was a bucket.
A bucket.
A bucket.
Which could be a purse, but yeah, better to be.
Yeah.
It's for a purse, it would have to be skinny for it to be a functional purse. But you could use a bucket as a purse. I mean, if you really wanted, if you wanted to be edgy and alternative, you know, have a my hat is a pen and my purse is a bucket and I wear a satchel for a dress. Yeah. What is a satchel? Satchel. You can't wear a satchel as a dress. That's a bag. You have to wear a potato sack. Yeah. I wear a potato sack as a dress. Anyway. A pisco sour. That's a sour fish. A pisco is a fish. Oh, it is well over 45 seconds. Get your answers in now, people. We're on to the answers. Pisco sour is a sour fish. I think. Right? Isn't that what a pisco is? Fish?
No.
What's a pisco?
It's a liquor.
Hey Siri, what does pisco mean in English?
You can translate it to English and many other languages.
You are a piece of shit, is what you are, Siri. God, I hate you. All right, anyway, we'll look it up later. Y'all can look it up. You've got Googles. Okay, answers to questions in round 4. Number 1, pisco sour is the national drink of either Chile or Peru. Chile or Peru is the answer to number 1. Both get a point, but only 1 point. What Japanese city did the U.S. bomb? That would be Nagasaki. That was the second atomic bomb city, Nagasaki. Question number 3. Xiomara Castro is the first female president of Honduras. Honduras. Question number 3. Question number 4. The most expensive artwork was sold by Andy Warhol, or I'm sorry, was painted by Andy Warhol. Andy Warhol is the answer to number 4. Number 5. The U.S. national motto is "In God We Trust." The official U.S. national motto is "In God We Trust." Hillary Clinton's running mate, number 6, Hillary Clinton's running mate was Tim Kaine. Tim Kaine from Virginia. U.S. president said the worst sin in politics is being boring. Richard Nixon. The worst sin in politics is being boring was Richard Nixon, number 7. What political world leader was awarded the 1953 Nobel Prize? That is Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill. And finally, the astronomer mentioned in Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody is Galileo. Galileo. Galileo Figaro. Magnifico. Oh, oh, oh.
And pisco is a brandy.
Oh, okay. So it's a brandy sour. Sounds like shit, to be quite honest. So, in fact, sour fish sounds better than sour brandy. But who am I to judge? Well, I'll tell you who I am to judge. I'm the old humble guy. I can judge whatever the hell I want. Take that, chili. Probably put beans in their chili. Ugh. Terrible country. I'm kidding. It's a delightful country. It's a nice and skinny country, right there along the coast. All mountains and just gorgeousness. Rugged, beautiful terrain, full of natural resources. And Janine. Janine. All right, anyway, enough of that. Back to the tally of the points. I like the way Bacon just, he admits that the answer is wrong.
You said Peru and Chile, right?
Peru and Chile, yes. Actually, I said Chile and Peru, but yeah, Peru or Chile, either one of those is the correct answer. and you only need to answer one. So Bacon going with Argentina, and Chile. He at least got Chile right, so I'm
Yeah, I
okay with.
gave him that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
It doesn't matter.
Right. In the long run, you know, especially when you start moving into the later stage, if like everybody was within a couple of points, then we'd be real dicks about the point system. But if it's like 5 or 6 points wide, it's not that big of a deal. You get the points. It's fine. Banksy. Is Banksy American? I thought
No,
Banksy was
he's
English.
English.
Yeah, he's English. Andy Warhol.
Okay, so Bacon got 3, Barbarella got 4, Amanda got 4, Mrs. Hopkins got 4, Jen got 5, Drifter Nomad got 5.
I would have gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these correct. But I really felt good about myself for being able to read Ziamara and pronounce it
That was
correctly.
nice.
Yeah. Because I actually knew somebody named Ziamara. I worked with a person named Ziamara, so I knew exactly how to pronounce that. It's Xiomara. Xiomara. Ziamara.
I learned how to pronounce it from Jane the Virgin.
Jane. Who's
The
that?
Virgin.
Who's that?
The series.
Oh.
And Jane's mom was named Ziamara. Okay.
Oh yeah, I don't know that movie.
So,
Good.
total. It's a TV series.
Oh, okay.
Bacon has 15. Barbarella has 17. Amanda has 27. And Drifter Nomad has 14. And Muscal at 1.
Well, fantastic. Moose Gal just dropped right back off the map. She popped in. She hit her alarm button. She popped in. She's like, I'm awake. She came in to see the show, and then she like went back to bed. I love Moose Gal. She's such a Snagglepuss was incorrect. I'm thinking Snagglepuss was incorrect.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
We need to tell Old Humble the story about the two-headed fish. Okay, that is a story that I am going to need to hear sometime soon. Yes. All right, next up, round 5. Round 5. This is the matching round.
Sounds like something you found near Chernobyl.
Round 5 is the matching round. I give the Broadway show, you give the music of the recording artist. All right, so I give the Broadway show, you give the recording artist that made the music. This should be a bloodletting. All right, round 5, the matching round, Broadway shows and the music that is performed. So question 1, Baby It's You. Name that performing artist or act. Baby It's You. Question 2, Girl from the North Country. That's Girl from the North Country, question mark. Girl from the North Country? So I guess that's how it would be. Question 3, Beautiful. Beautiful is the Broadway show. Name the performing artist. Question 4, Hello Dolly. Hello Dolly is the show. You name the performing artist. Question 5. Nobody's going to get any of these. This is fucking hilarious. Question number 5. On Your Feet. On Your Feet is the Broadway show. You name the performing artist. I actually knew this one, shockingly. I've known two of these so far. Smokey Joe's Cafe. Smokey Joe's Cafe. That's number 6. That's the show. You name the performer. Number 7. American Utopia. American Utopia. That's the show. You name the performer. Question number 8. Taboo. Taboo is the Broadway show. You name the performer or recording artist or act. Taboo. And finally, Ain't Too Proud. I knew that one. Ain't Too Proud. That's the show. You name the performing act. Nobody's gonna fucking know these. These are some obscure Broadway shows, and I only knew the ones that I knew because I knew the songs. So, wow. Is anybody going to answer any of these? Bimbo Barbarella made an effort. I appreciate the effort. Looking at the answers. All right, that's an easy one to total up. But you came really close on number 9. That's incorrect, but you came close. We have one person got a point, except it's for the wrong answer. So it's not quite correct. It's close, but it's wrong. And that's 45 seconds. We're done. Let's put it into this. Let's put it into this. Okay, number 1, "Baby It's You" by the Shirelles. "Baby It's You" by the Shirelles. That was number 1. Number 2, "The Girl from the North Country." That's Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan was number 2. Number 3, "Beautiful," Carole King. "Beautiful" by Carole King. Number 4, "Hello, Dolly" by the great Louis Armstrong, one of the best trumpet players in the history of the universe. And that's saying a lot because the universe is big. "Hello, Dolly," Louis Armstrong. That was one of the ones I got correct. "On Your Feet" by Gloria Estefan. That's number 5. "On Your Feet," Gloria Estefan. That was the second one that I knew correctly. And "Smokey Joe's Cafe" was the Robins. The Robins. That's number 6. "American Utopia" was the Talking Heads. That's number 7. "Taboo" was Boy George. "Taboo" by Boy George. And number 9, "Ain't Too Proud" by the Temptations. The Temptations was number 9, which is why Bimbo Barbarella said you were really close with the Four Tops, because the Four Tops and the Temptations are like almost stylistically, they're very similar.
They also went on tour together, I think in 81.
Oh, no kidding. Well, there you go. And see, Miss Hopkins had Gloria Estefan, but she put the answer for number 4 instead of number 5.
I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that she probably just got I would accept it. I would feel really bad about not accepting it.
Yeah, I'm taking that. And then also I'm taking David Byrne for the Talking Heads.
Oh, because he was the only one in the... Yeah, okay. That's fair.
Yeah.
So we got 2 points out of this entire round.
Exactly.
2 whole points. No, Bimbo Barbarella, you do not get half a point for the Four Tops. I mean, you already got an extra point for Gorky Park. I mean, come on. So the theme to Bimbo Barbarella's show today was obscure bands. Top 10 obscure foreign bands. And I popped onto her stream. I didn't pop into the panel. I popped into chat. And she asked if I knew of any obscure foreign bands. Like, I don't really know any foreign bands except like AC/DC that I can think of. Because I don't really think of the British bands as foreign bands because they came here and they got famous. They're really American bands that were from Britain. Except Gorky Park. Gorky Park was a full-on Russian band that showed up in the United States in the 1980s during Perestroika. And they were like, they were a full-on foreign band that sang American lyrics, and they blew up. They got really famous for like 6 months or whatever. And I was the only one who knew Gorky Park at on the channel, and I was very proud of myself for knowing the only foreign band that nobody else knew. So there you go. Other than like Tartanic, but they're not really a famous band. Anyway, okay, on with on to round 6, the final round, double the points, double the fun, double mint gum. Round 6. Brought to you by Wrigley's Double Mint Gum. You ever wanted to get with twins? Call Wrigley's, because that's what they did in the 80s. Full on sexual innuendo for all of their commercials with twins, and it was great. And I was just a kid and I didn't get it, but now I do. I know. Anyway.
Round 6.
Say what?
Round 6.
Round 6.
11 minutes left.
Yes. Double the points, double the fun. Brought to you by Double Mint Gum. Round 6, general knowledge. Let's go. Question 1. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, what is the most basic tier of human needs? According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, what is the most basic tier of human needs? Number 2. There are only 3 living members of the biological family Equidae. Equidae. One is horses. Name one of the other 2. There are only 3 living members of the biological family Equidae. One is horses. Name one of the other 2. Question 3. In 1799, what country created the metric system? In 1799, what country created the metric system? Question 4. How many pieces does each player have at the start of a checkers game? How many pieces does each player have at the start of a checkers game? Question number 5. Farsi is the official language of what country? Farsi is the official language of what country? What year? Question 6. What year was the first iPhone released? What year was the first iPhone released? Question 7. What was the last name of the family in the Beverly Hillbillies? What was the last name of the family in the Beverly Hillbillies? Question 8. What vegetable comes in the varieties pod, flint, and dent? What vegetable comes in the varieties pod, flint, and dent? Finally, question 9, the final question of trivia, worth all the points. $1.5 million. I'm kidding, it's only worth 2. Question 9, what is the atomic number of the element beryllium? What is the atomic number of the element beryllium? I mean, might as well ask you what color my shoes are, right? That is question 9. That is the end of trivia questions. It's 45 seconds on the clock. Questions are worth double, so make them count, people. What's that on my wall over there? Not behind me, behind my camera. What's that? All right, for the record, on round 9, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these correct. I would have gotten 6 correct if I were playing. I should do that. I should go through and answer the questions and tally up my points, and then give bonuses to anybody who can beat me in trivia. If my wherever mine fall. I'm sure there's a way to figure out how to do that without cheating. Surely there's a way. Print it out, let my wife ask me the questions. Drink till you see double. That's true. Okay, we're done. That's 45 seconds on the clock, or 45 seconds have elapsed. If you don't have your answers in, too bad. Time for the answers. Question 1. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the most basic human need is psychological. Psychological is the answer to number 1. Number 2. I'm sorry. It's not psychological. I'm reading that incorrectly. Thank you, Lisa. Physiological. Physiological, not psychological. Psychological is the third. Physiological. That's housing and food and stuff like that. The basic human needs. Physiological. Question 2. Living members of the Equidae family, other than horses, either donkeys or zebras. Donkeys or zebras is the answer to question number 2. Question 3. 1799, France invented the metric system. France. Just one more reason to hate those people. I'm kidding. I love France. They're my people. It's a gorgeous country full of beautiful, hairy women. Question number 4. How many pieces does each player start with at the beginning of a checkers game? That is 12. 12 pieces at the beginning of a checkers game. Farsi is the number 5. Farsi is the official language of Iran. Iran is the answer to number 5. The first iPhone was released in 2007. That is the answer to number 6. 2007. Clampett was the name of the family in the Beverly Hillbillies. Clampett is the answer to number 7. 8. The vegetable that comes in varieties of pod, flint, and dent is corn. Rain makes corn, and corn makes whiskey. And we use dent corn. Corn is the answer to number 8. And the atomic number of the element beryllium is... Holy Jiminy shitburgers. Easy Street with Jen got it right. 4. 4 is the atomic number of beryllium. I need to know how you knew that, Jen. The atomic number of beryllium is 4. 4. Quattro. 4. Jesus. Are you kidding me? Nobody should know what beryllium is. Why do you know what beryllium is? I quit. Not kidding. Can't quit. Not yet. Anyway. Had to think of a movie that character spoke Farsi. What? Ms. Hopkins, what? 4.5. Farsi, Iran. Yeah? Oh, well, you got the answer correct, I think. It's hard to tell. As I shake my papers. Oh, I see. Okay, so the first answer for Ms. Hopkins was water, and that is incorrect. Physiological includes water, but it's not just water. It's food and shelter, and I guess that's the baseline, and then you move up from there. Donkeys and zebras. I see donkey, zebra. So food, water, shelter. That's encompassed by physiological. Do you accept that from bacon? Food, water, shelter.
Yeah, I'll take that from bacon.
Okay.
I'm also going to take mule. That's a
hybrid of a donkey and a horse.
Yeah, I think it's donkey, male donkey, female horse.
I would not, but that's fine. I don't think it matters. Fine, take it. Fine.
I think bacon just got 2.
So I see. Would you just take water from Jen?
No.
So it's got to be more than just water, because water's not the baseline. Because if you just have water, you still die. But water, food, shelter, or some combination of that.
Drifter got 3.
Or just say physiological. That's the accurate, like drifter nomad. Turkey. No, in Turkey they don't speak Farsi. In Turkey they speak... Just gobble, gobble, gobble. Toe? Number 7. What is 7?
Okay.
Last name of the family in the Beverly Hills. Oh, yeah. No, it's not Toe. Oh, I see. Because the kid's name was Jethro. Right. Oh, that's wrong. But I get the reference. I see what you're talking.
Did Bimbo Barbarella get answers in?
Did Bimbo Barber? I do not see her answers. No.
Okay.
I don't see them.
No. Bacon has 2. Barbarella has 0. Amanda has 4. This is number of questions correct.
Yeah, okay.
Mrs. Hopkins got 3. Easy Street with Jen got 5. Drifter Nomad got 3.
So, Easy Street with Jen posted the table of elements on her son's wall when he was in grade school, and that's how she knows beryllium. Brava. Excellent.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So,
I know gold.
Bella ended up with 17. Bacon had a total of 19. Drifter Nomad had a total of 20. Mrs. Hopkins, 23. Easy Street with Jen, 25. And Amanda with 30.
Hold on. Let me double check and make sure I didn't miss Barbarella's. I don't see. She said she was up first, but I don't see her answers. Barbarella, I don't see your answers. She says she posted first, but I do not see the answers. I do not see them. Sam, I do not see them. Let me look on my phone real quick, see if they're here.
Yeah, I don't see them either.
Easy Street, Hopkins. No, I don't. Bimbo, I'm sorry. The first, I see thanks bacon, and then let's go over to the chat wheel here. So you can see what we see. The first responses are, oh, sorry, Lisa, I have your face covered. Put it there. That fixes that.
First response that I see is Miss Hopkins.
Yeah, exactly. So scrolling up through the chat, there's Miss Hopkins with the donkey. Drink TC double or triple. Then Miss Hopkins, Easy Street, Amanda, Bacon, Drifter, Hopkins. We didn't get any answers in, Barbarella. I'm sorry.
Can you cut and paste them?
Right above Miss Hopkins. But of course, I'm glitching, so. Fucking computer. Fucking viruses. There we go. So this is Miss Hopkins right here. Jesus. And there it is. Okay. This is Safari. I've got it. Safari's just trash. This is Miss Hopkins. Water Donkey UK. 412 Farsi Iran. And there was nothing above it. That's it. Because this is the prior questions. These are the next questions. Sorry, Barbarella, we don't have them. They did not post. It shows on the chat. This is the chat stream. Copy them and paste them, and then we'll tally them up. Copy and paste, and we'll tally them up. I'll take them. We'll give you 30 more seconds. She's probably on her phone though. It's gonna be a pain in the ass. Yeah, if you're on your phone, it's gonna be a pain in the ass. But I'll give you a minute.
Bizarre.
Get them done. And if you get them all right, we're gonna be suspicious. Just so you know. If she got robbed, I didn't rob her. Just for the record, I didn't do the robbing. This was YouTube doing the robbing. But I did get 4 points in the last round. Wasn't French the one that invented the metric system? Yeah, French.
Drifter,
Okay, so
I have you with 6 points. 3 right and 6 points.
There you go. You got 6 points, not 4. We can give you 4 if you would like. Physiological, correct. Pony is incorrect. French is correct. 16? What is that? No, that's 12 pieces, not 16 pieces. Iran, that's 3. 2007. He got 4 correct. He got 4 correct. He should have 8 points.
Then his total is 22.
Yeah, physiological French, Iran, 2007. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Always willing to retally and recheck. I mean, we could really let them self-check their answers if we were.
Well, I mean,
Oh, Bimbo says she only got 4 right.
You know, if I miss something, they bring it up.
Yeah, it's a combination of the honor system and a judge overseeing is really good to have.
Yeah.
Really good. Bimbo says she only got 4 right.
They did too.
Bimbo says she got 4 right, so add 8 points to her tally.
Okay.
Honorable individual indeed. A hoopy fruit if I've never seen one before.
So that
and if you can name that movie reference, then I will give you both love and respect. A hoopy fruit. If you can name that movie reference, I give you love and respect. Okay. Lisa.
Okay, so Barbarella's 4 correct answers gave her 8 points, brought her from 17 to 25.
Uh-huh.
So Amanda got first with 36. And then we have a tie at 25 with Bimbo, Barbarella, and Easy Street with Jen. But nice close game.
Okay, so Amanda got 3rd place?
No, Amanda got 1st place.
Oh, Amanda got 1st place, 20. Good. And then 2nd and 3rd was a tie?
Yes.
With Barbarella.
And Easy Street with Jen.
Jen. Do I have Jen on the list already? This Jen gets on the board.
Very nice.
With 10 boozy bucks. Sweet. So the tally for the month of June, Bimbo Barbarella pulled down 50. Mrs. Hopkins got 20. Storms and Wind got 5. James Morgan got 25. Moose Gal got 40. Bacon got, the goddamn Bacon got 5. Top Shelf Destin got 10. Amanda got 20. And Easy Street with Jen pulled down 10 boozy bucks for the month of June. And I'll add that to the month of, to prior totals. And we will we'll begin preparations for the spinning of the Wheel of Doom in September. And then y'all can decide if you want the points to go towards the wheel or if you want the points to go towards something else.
Okay. So in response to your little trivia question, Easy Street with Jen said Boondock Saints.
That is incorrect. But you'll still.
A good movie.
It was probably a good guess. I've never seen Boondock Saints. Oh, I take that back. I started watching Boondock Saints and lost all entire interest in it after about like 5 minutes. And went
Seriously?
Yeah.
Over and over again in law school.
I was just I couldn't get into it. I was super not interested. Hoopy Frood is a direct quote describing the president of the galaxy, Zaphod Beeblebrox, in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So you should watch that. You should at least read the book. The book is fantastic. It's over here on my bookshelf behind me. Absolutely fantastic book. The movie is kind of a boiled down adaptation of 8 books. And it's kind of all over the place. But that's where the answer to life, the universe, and everything comes from as 42. And as they are learning what the question to the answer to life, the universe, and everything is, the computer which is being used to determine the answer gets destroyed to make way for a hyperspace bypass. So there you go. It's a great movie. It's a great story. It's a great book written by the late, great Douglas Adams. So long. Thanks for all the fish. Thank you, Drifter Nomad. I appreciate that. He likes how the trivia is facilitated. Bravo to you, Miss Lisa. He'll be back again. He has subscribed. Ooh, that means I can go. I can check the number of
Might be 613.
It might be higher than that.
Like,
Where's the no, not
I
this
don't know.
one. That's not the right
That's
one.
your thing.
That's the one. And we'll refresh this. If we refresh it, does it go up to 613 now? Nope, still 612. It hasn't updated, or it will update, or somebody else backed out. Maybe it was 611 earlier. I don't remember. I don't really pay that close of attention unless I'm like
It was
doing
612 earlier.
if I'm doing a thing with the subscribers, then I pay attention. Maybe subscribe earlier. I don't know. But it's gone up and down between 613 and 610 for the past 3 days. I have no. The movie is kind of a mess. That is true, Bimbo. The movie is kind of a mess, but they're trying to fit this vast story narrative into a 90-minute packet. So, and it really should be 4 movies. But I mean, if they can make The Hobbit into 3 movies, they really should have made The Hitchhiker's Guide into at least 3 movies. Absolutely. But all right, so here's the thing. It's a British novel. Douglas Adams is a Brit. It's a British novel, and the story was written, the Hitchhiker's Guide tome of books, the complete Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, was written between a radio serial, a radio series, a serialized radio story, a book, short stories. There was a movie, then it came back to the book, and there's like 5 books that are in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and they go back and they contradict themselves. The Earth is destroyed at least once. It gets rebuilt, and like the people, it is a meandering, very British story, very British. It's meandering, and it was written over the course of like 40 years, I think, but no, 30 years between the 60s and the 90s. So like collapsing all of this wide-ranging like story into like a cohesive movie, it is all over the like one of the books is The Restaurant at the End of the Universe, and it is a restaurant that literally it teeters on the on a time warp, and it goes from you go and you have dinner, and the show is the end of the universe. It like poofs out of existence, and then it goes into its little time warp, and it goes back, and you keep doing it. That's like the whole point of the book. And one of the super bizarre scenes from the book is they come to the table and they're ready to order their food, and a cow comes out and looks at him and says, "What part of me do you want to eat?" Because in the vastness of the universe, animals like nothing has to be produced anymore, because in the infinite stretch of the universe, everything is like anything you need in an infinite universe is infinitely available. So there's a planet that's a swamp planet that makes mattresses. And people go and they harvest mattresses and they kill the mattress plants and they take the mattresses back, and they're all happy slopping around in the swamps, and the ships come and they load up a harvest of mattresses and they take the mattresses back, because you don't have to manufacture anything anymore. So, just the simple description of this book tells you how hard it is to put it into a movie. The whole thing's a fucking mess. And it's not a book, it's a whole bunch of books. So anyway, the scene with the cow coming out and saying, "What part of me do you want to eat?" And of course, Arthur, the hero of the story, is like, "I don't want to eat anything. I'll just have a salad." And the cow's like, "This is my purpose in life. Thanks." And just tromps off disappointed because nobody wants to eat him. It's absolutely, absolutely hilarious. I've read it like 9 times. I've read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Go.
I've read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy more times than I've read the Bible.
I need a snack. Sleep.
I need to sleep. All right, Lisa, go sleep. Amanda nails it. So she says it starts out as the BBC radio station. Okay, Lisa, thank you so much for facilitating and points and doing all the stuff. We love Lisa. Give her a big hand of applause. Thank you, Lisa, very much. I am going to switch my camera as well so we're all going to sign out and chat. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Lisa, are
Have
you
a
good?
good one.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Don't y'all go anywhere. I'll be right back too. In 3, 2. Let me switch that button there. Boop. And boop. Are we live? In 3, come on, turn on the camera. In 3, 2, where are you? Activate. Come on, there we are. Now you got my beautiful face. Or whatever the shit is. Let's make chat a little bit bigger, can we? Yeah, let's make it just a skosh bigger and move it up a little bit there. Yeah, there you go. Yes, Amanda, it was a BBC radio series before it was a book, and the book was developed from, yeah. Well, yeah, it is. Good thing I'm wearing pants. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. What I have is the more than complete Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It includes the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the restaurant at the end of the universe, Life, the Universe, and Everything, So Long and Thanks for All the Fish, and Young Zaphod Plays It Safe. It is a compendium of books, and there's more that have been added over the course of time. But Douglas Adams died. I think he died in the early 2000s, I think. I can't remember when he died, but he died, I think that's when he died, in the early 2000s. So let's scroll up through chat. Goodbye, so long, thanks for all, and so long and thanks for all the fish was a musical number in the movie, in the most recent version of the movie. It was a musical number, but there is an even older version of the movie, which is a hot mess. Let's scroll up a little ways, because I think we were here last. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Movies or shows that petered our interest? Miss Hopkins, I don't know if you meant petered. No, it was a hoopy frood. In fact, I can probably. No, you know what? I don't need to look it up in the book. I can look it up on my Google box here. One hoopy frood. One hoopy frood. A really hoopy frood is what the actual quote was. A really hoopy frood is The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by Douglas Adams. Hoopy is defined as a really together guy. A frood is defined as a really amazingly together guy. And there you go. And you know, I might be incorrect. It was not describing Zaphod Beeblebrox. I believe it was actually describing Ford Prefect, the alien who was on Earth and accidentally identified the automobile as the dominant creature on the planet, and chose the name Ford Prefect, which is a very obscure, foreign to us, foreign car from England, and he thought that was the dominant creature, and that was a normal name. So he named himself Ford Prefect when he came to the Earth and got stuck here. So there you go. That's something you don't need to know, but you do know. Ford Prefect, I don't remember what system he was from. But fun fact out of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, every civilization in the history of the universe has some kind of drink known as the gin and tonic. And it's not always spelled Gin and Tonic. It's gin and tonic, Gin Jinentonix. Every civilization has a drink known as the gin and tonic, and it varies in potency from a drink that will literally blow the brains out the back of your head to something that is only slightly different, only slightly different in taste and texture from water. I could probably talk about the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy all fucking night, and we probably should not do that because that is just ridiculous. But we are at 11:10 on the chat line here. So now it's time to start Old Humble After Dark, coast to coast with Old Humble After Dark. Started as a BBC radio host. Book came out after that is correct. All of the books, if I'm not mistaken, came out after the radio show. Good night. See you tomorrow night at 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time is on Bimbo Barbarella's channel. Go check her out. Hi, Vanessa Kitty. Welcome to the chat. You just missed trivia. It just wrapped up, what, 20 minutes ago? Probably close to 20 minutes ago. Jen, what book? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and other books. That is correct. Angus is, yeah, it's their highest and greatest calling. Cows are, if you open up the gate and let them run free, they will not go off and become accountants and cure cancer. They are just going to eat grass and get eaten by wolves. That is it. Lisa, cheers. Lisa, good night. What else we got? Dirk Gently's that's a show I've always wanted to watch. I think wasn't Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency a Comedy Central show for a while? Maybe Cartoon Network. I can't remember. Your favorite book is So Long and Thanks for All the Fish. Out of this, I'm a big fan of just the original Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but I really, there's so many memorable lines to it, so many memorable lines in all the books that I just kind of they just kind of all run together. I can't pick one out because I first time I read them all together. So there you go. Was Brad Pitt in the Brad Pitt? I don't believe was in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but Zaphod Beeblebrox was a Snarkenfruit. In the movie, he calls him a Snarkenfruit. That is correct, but that is the book. He calls him a Hoopy Fruit. He is referred to as a Hoopy Fruit. And no, Brad Pitt was not in the movie. Not that I can remember. He might have been in the movie as a minor character, like a cameo, but he was not in the movie. Sam Rockwell was Zaphod Beeblebrox. Sam Rockwell of the fame from Galaxy Quest and many other. He's a great actor. But he was Guy Flegman in Galaxy Quest, among others. But yeah. Towel Day is celebrated every year on 25th of May as a tribute to the author Douglas Adams. Quit skipping. By his fans. On this day, fans openly carry a towel with them as described in Adams' Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I do not openly carry a towel wherever I go, but I almost always have my handy-dandy bandana, which counts. It works almost as well as a towel. You never leave home without it. It's good for wiping things off or wrapping your head when Vogons are trying to recite poetry at you. Vanessa Kitty, you finally fell asleep for 2 hours. Vanessa, are you having trouble sleeping? You can't be doing that. Donner Pass Whiskey has joined the chat. Cheers, Donner Pass Whiskey. We are 2 minutes behind on chat. Donner Pass has joined the party. Cheers. You just missed trivia by about an hour and a half. But welcome to the party. Glad to have you. The number 42 was the last positive integer below 100 to be a sum of 3 cubes. Ooh, that's right. Vanessa Kitty is our resident mathematician. 42 is the last positive integer below 100 to be a sum of 3 cubes. It was also the Hubble constant for a while. Dirk Gently was, what did I miss? Dirk Gently was books. Okay. It was so good, but there's only 2 seasons. Okay, so Dirk Gently was also a TV show. Good. One of these days I'll get around. I've heard about it. It's like I've heard a lot about it, but I've never actually seen it. Guy from Love Actually. No, I looked at Wikipedia. He wasn't. Oh, I could have told you that. Yeah, Sam Rockwell. He is he's an American treasure. He is a great, surprisingly great. He plays Justin Jammer. No, what the fuck's his name? In the Iron Man movies, he's the he's the one that's not Tony Stark in the Iron Man movies. Justin, I think it's Jam. No, it's not Jam. Justin something. I can't remember. Y'all, you can look it up. You can tell me. But yeah, he plays the other dude in the Iron Man movies. Yeah, that's probably his mannerisms are very Brad Pitt-esque, especially from 12 Monkeys. That manic kind of psychotic, crazy type of the mannerisms. He's not as crazy. Sam Rockwell in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is not as crazy as Brad Pitt in 12 Monkeys, because in 12 Monkeys, Brad Pitt was crazy, playing a full-on crazy person. But he's manic like that. Hell, he's full-on bipolar. He has 2 heads. Maybe that'd be schizophrenic. I'm not sure what you would classify that as. Anyway, Mike Carrier's in the house. Cheers, Mike. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the non-lurking side of the party. And Galaxy Quest is absolutely fucking hilarious. We watch Galaxy Quest so much that we thought we owned the video, but we just watched it all the time because it was always on various channels. And it's a hell of a story behind how that movie got made, because the studios didn't know how to treat that movie. It's a great movie. It's a great satire, and it's great as a satire. It's great as just a sci-fi. It's great as it's great on so many levels. It is a fantastic movie. A Sammy Hagar impersonator. That's another great way to describe Sam Rockwell in Hitchhiker's Guide. Yeah, he's a fantastic actor. I love, and he is a great. He really gets into the parts that he plays really well. He's really a fantastic actor. He's not given enough credit as a great actor. I understand what you mean as far as extreme insomnia goes. It's tough. I usually go through a period of 1 or 2 weeks a year, and it really sucks. I hate it. Anyway, yeah, it is on Hulu. That is correct. That is where we saw it last. At least if you're talking about Hitchhiker's Guide, I'm not sure. Galaxy Quest is. I mean, it's everywhere. It's probably. I mean, you're probably right. Justin Hammer. That's right. Justin Hammer, the guy on Sam Rockwell's character on Iron Man. That is correct. Okay. Are we caught up? We're caught up. Fantastic. Roger Zelensky books. I don't know Roger Zelensky. I'm not familiar with that. The Omega 13. What is the purpose of the Omega 13? I don't know. We just built it. We don't know what it does. The fact that the Omega 13 even existed, that it was just a thing. They built it. They didn't know what it does, Even the people on the show didn't know what it did. It was just theorized in the fanfic. That shit just cracked me up. And how the timer stopped at 5 seconds or 3 seconds. Even after they turned it off and disconnected it, it kept going all the way down to 3 seconds and then stopped. So many little details. It was absolutely hilarious. How Sigourney Weaver's dress or her outfit, the zipper kept sliding down and down and down and down and down. The longer the movie went on, they go into the mashers. They go into the mashers in the bowels of the ship. She's like, "Who would do this? This doesn't make any sense. Why would you build a ship like this?" It just so many little details just cracked me up in that movie. It continued to crack me up. I actually absolutely love it. Martin Freeman, Love Actually, and Hitchhiker's Guide, The Hobbit. Yeah, that's right. Uh, he's in The Hobbit too. Oh, Dirk Gently's on Hulu. Gotcha, Amanda. Thank you. I will have to go check that out because I've heard a lot about it, and I would like to. I mean, it keeps coming up. Dirk Gently, I can't tell you how many times, and it's just randomly in conversations. Dirk Gently's detective agency, holistic detective agency, keeps coming up in conversation. It keeps popping up, and I don't know why, but it does. So I'm gonna have to go check it out eventually. 12 Monkeys was inspired by the French short Le Jeté. I've seen Le Jeté, but not 12 Monkeys. I've seen 12 Monkeys, but not Le Jeté. It's got Bruce Willis and Brad Pitt, and in fact, Brad Pitt or Bruce Willis has got a little bit of a facial hair like mine at the moment. Towards the end, in his disguise. Great movie, absolutely great movie. Whole premise of the movie is they're going from the future back to the past because a deadly plague had been unleashed and you can't breathe the air on the surface. So humanity is subterranean, and they're able to send people from the future back into the past to try and get clues of what happened and what caused the plague. And they're on to this idea that this 12 Monkeys cult released all the animals and that caused the plague to happen, that they're the ones that they need to find. But it turns out the 12 Monkey cult is just a bunch of stupid kids that are releasing animals. The actual dude who released the plague was a different guy entirely. And hilarity ensues. Yakety sacks, people running in and out of doors. It's just madcap comedy from jump to credits. It is a great movie. Great movie. Right, it stopped at 1 second, not 3 seconds. Yeah, thank you for the correction. Anywho, yeah, the ending of 12 Monkeys was just, just amazing. A full loop. It's a great movie, and that's not the only time travel looping movie that Bruce Willis has been on. Bruce Willis was in fact in the movie called Looper, with Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Yeah. Anywho, who wrote this script? It was such a great movie. I'm probably gonna have to watch that movie now. It's in my brain. Donner Pass Whiskey says my Friday and the local Rice's fire is getting under control. So wait, the local Rice's fire is getting under control. You got wildfires around where you're at? Oh, Donner Pass. I guess you're in near Donner Pass. So yeah, I guess you do. Swimming in the Yuba River tomorrow morning instead of going to work. Well, bravo to you. Swim in that river. Hot. That's a. I never wrote this episode. That sounds like a hell of a way to spend a Friday, quite honestly. Whoever wrote this episode should die. We should. Oh man, that would be so great. Do a whole Galaxy Quest trivia night. The opening system, Plan 9, was named for the old movie by AT&T Bell Labs, Fun Operating. Ah, okay. I was not aware of that. 12 Monkey, it is great. And Fifth Element is great too. They did a screening of Fifth Element in the theater. It's like the 20th anniversary, something like that. of Fifth Element. A great movie. The only part of Fifth Element that I don't like is the gratuitous opera scene when the diva is singing, and that scene just goes on and on and on and on and on. I'm going to give you a feel for what it feels like when I'm watching it. And on 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 and on. It's just the most dreadful fight. That's the part of the movie where I get up and go pee, whether I have to go or not. It's just I got no interest in watching that particular like 45-minute section of the movie where the diva is just singing, and it's like there's no point to this. Just stop it. It's a cool fight sequence, but that the fight sequence is one small part of the diva singing part, and it's just I get it. She's a good singer. Enough already. God. Anyway, I like Fifth Element. It's a great movie. Lilu Dallas, Multipass. I just made a comment that's under this quote from Galaxy Quest that says, "Oh, oh goodness, YouTube and their speech police." Uh, it's a madcap comedy if you look at it from a certain point of view. Um, yeah, Terry Gilliam is a great director. That is 100% accurate. Terry Gilliam is a great director. Um, oh, my nose itches. Welcome back, Drifter Nomad. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm gonna go on until chat just kind of dries out, and then um, we'll wrap it up. This is the segment of the show that is kind of the after party within the show. So we do the trivia with Lisa. It's the same thing I do with my Wednesday night show. We do and the Friday nights when we did the live concerts, we would have the show. Like the first half of my Wednesday night is the topical show. I do my updates. We do the 15 or 20 minutes of the topic, whatever the topic was. Like last night's topic was absinthe and a couple of absinthe cocktails. And then a little bit of chat about the absinthe and absinthe cocktails. And then we just kind of wrap it up. And then we go on to the second half of the show, which is just open forum chat. Whatever comes up, we just talk until we're done. Last night we went, I don't know, 2.5 or so hours, and we just kept rolling until we were done. I've had shows go till 2 o'clock in the morning. I've had shows wrap up by midnight. Last night I think we wrapped up at midnight because I was tired and it was time to go to bed, and the absinthe was gross. But tonight I'll go however long chat goes. Our Wednesday night shows, especially, I start out like way behind in chat, so I start out like 35 minutes behind in chat, and just kind of peck away and peck away and peck away and like catch up the chat. And it usually takes me like an hour, and I just go wherever the conversation is. And it's fun. That's what we do. And this is the segment of the show, which is the Old Humble Coast to Coast, Old Humble After Dark, Coast to Coast chat, or Coast to Coast with Old Humble After Dark. So there you go. So yeah, we'll be up for a while. Drifter Nomad. Looking forward to the new movie being filmed. With John Cleese in Budapest. I don't know anything about that. That's kind of cool. You would love that part of The Fifth Element, Amanda. The and yeah, 12 Monkeys. It is dark, but there's a shootout, there's a car chase, there's jokes and comedy. It's a great, it's great. It's not a madcap comedy, unless you're just a crazy person. You felt the same with Eyes Wide Shut in the scene where Cruz comes home, goes to the fridge for a beer, sits down. Oh. I didn't walk out of Eyes Wide Shut, but I think I've only ever seen it once. And the one time that I don't remember seeing it more than once. I don't think I've ever seen it like on cable or anything. And my memory of Eyes Wide Shut is that it's a really weird movie. Just really weird. So there's that. did Time Bandits. I don't know if I've ever seen Time Bandits. But see, here's my theory with time travel. I've never seen a movie that does this with time travel. But they always talk about time travel, people from the future going into the past to take resources and bring them to the future, so that the past is wrecked and the future, the time people from the future come to the past and they take stuff and so that the present gets pillaged. 100% fucking bizarre. That is true. You're in the Pacific time uh, time zone too. So, but my theory on what I would love to see with a time travel movie is people from the present going into the future, stealing resources out of the future and bringing them back to the past, so that we would have literally infinite resources in the present. Because what happens if you work on the Back to the Future theory of time travel, if you go into the future and take something from the future and bring it back to the past, it changes the timeline in the present, right? That's what Biff did, right? Biff Tannen went from the future into the past, gave him his past self the the future scores for sporting events, and Biff became the luckiest man on earth. Changed the timeline of the future going forward. Oddly enough, didn't change the outcome of the games that he betted on, but that's a different that's a plausible deny. Just accept the fiction. Just go with it, okay? Just go with it. I mean, don't even think that if the mob discovers that this guy is betting heavily on one team that they know that it's going to win, the mob would definitely get involved. They would. Anyway, just don't even think about that. Don't even worry about it. Just accept the plausible framework of the theory. Anyway, so you, time traveler, go into the future and you get, rob a bank, whatever. You get billions of dollars. You go into the future, you rob a bank, you come into the past, you drop the money down. The future changes. The future that you went to, where you robbed the bank, that doesn't exist anymore, because now you just dropped a whole bunch of resources in the present and diverted the timeline to another timeline. So that bank to rob in the future ceases to exist because the circumstances today change. And then you just do it again. You do it again. You have an infinite number of future timelines that you can go and steal resources from. And it's not stealing, because once you bring the resources back to the present, that future ceases to exist. Poof, gone. Why are we not making this time travel movie? Why has this time travel movie not been made? And if it has been made, why have I not seen this movie yet? This is the movie that I want to see. I want to see what the possible ramifications are. Like, yeah, fine, going into the past and stealing from the past, like, we know there's people from the future coming into the past and taking our resource, taking our job. South Park did that. The future people time traveling into the past to take our jobs. It's been done. I've seen that movie. I've seen that TV show. I've seen that movie. I'm tired of it. It's been done enough. I want to see the other one. I want to see the one where we go into the future, we come back, take resources in the past, and then hilarity ensues. A madcap comedy of ribald bawdiness. Maybe that's what Time Bandits is. I've never seen Time Bandits. I don't know. You were lost. You didn't get to Eyes Wide Shut. Eyes Wide Shut, there's a whole lot of significant parts of Eyes Wide Shut that I watched just like this. That's it. I was just kind of just stunned, and it was just weird. And trying to, yeah. I mean, Kubrick, I mean, it's a Kubrick movie. That's what you get. But I don't recall any part of Eyes Wide Shut when Tom Cruise was running, but I'm sure there was a part in that movie where he's running. I remember, most of what I remember from Eyes Wide Shut is all the boobs and sex scenes, because there was at least one of those. Anyway, there's a movie on Prime with Chris Pratt that's about traveling. Yes, Yes, future war, where they take people from the past to go into the future to fight against some alien invaders or whatever. Not quite the same concept, but I mean, makes plenty of sense. But that movie was also about climate change, not about aliens from the, not about aliens and time travel. It was 100% about climate change. Um, and it did have it was a Chris Pratt movie. Chris Pratt was in that movie. Yes, it's called Future War, and it is about people in the future going into the past to recruit people to go into the future and fight a fight against aliens. Um, that is 100% what that movie is, but it's not the same concept of people go from the present going into the future to take resources back into the past. Um, the movie Travelers had people from the future going into the past to inhabit the bodies of people in the past. But again, I'm talking about going the other way. Everybody always talks about going into the. If you could time travel, what would you do? And they're like, I would go back to the medieval days. Let me go into like fuck that. I want to go into the future when we solved all these fucking problems. I don't want to go into the past where we didn't have plumbing. I don't want to go into the past where you can get tuberculosis and die. I don't want to go into the past where if you got a cut, it would get infected and they have to chop off your leg. Fuck all of that. If I'm going to do time travel, if I put in the resources and effort and energy for time travel, I'm going into the future. I'm going into the future where everybody has like 5 pounds of gold on them. I'm going to take their gold and I'm going back into the past because you know where gold's valuable? Right here, right now. If everybody has 5 pounds of gold on them in the future because money's worthless or whatever, I'm going to go into the future. Well, you don't want to go into the future and steal Bitcoin. I want to go into the future and steal some cool futuristic shit and bring it back to now. I want to go get lightsabers and lasers and flying cars and all kinds of cool shit and go get it then. There's a movie on Prime that's the brief history of time travel, which is basically it's the paradox of people from the future traveling back in time to give the plans on how to build a time machine to their past selves, and that loop of like these are the plans, and they go into the past, and as every iteration into the past, they continue to degrade over time. Um, I don't want to do that. My theory is that every time you go into the future, grab resources and bring it into the past, you change the future. So you can't ever go back to the future location twice because that future location doesn't exist the second time you go into the future. Um, anyway, that's the movie that I want to see though. The Future War was a fun movie to watch. It was an interesting idea of grabbing people and bringing them into the future to fight a war. You bring them into the future to fight a war, but like you only qualified to go into the future if you died before if you died before you go into the future to fight the war and then come back to the past, and then you would die sometime in the future before you were supposed to be. If your lifespan was shorter than the distance forward that you jumped, you were qualified to go forward, and there was a reason for that. Well, because so that you wouldn't have two copies of you in the future where you were fighting. Um, yeah, the Tomorrow War. That's it. Yeah, was I calling it the Future War? It's not the Future War. Tomorrow War. That's the one. Um, and once you watch that movie, It's a fun time travel movie. It's cool time travel movie. Aliens. Blah 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 blah. It is 100% about climate change. It is literally our future selves telling us today, like, this is a problem in our time. Please do something about it. We're recruiting you now to do something about this problem in the future. And instead of climate, they just changed the words climate change to aliens. That's it. we need you to fight today so that we solve this problem 30 years from now. And it was a literal 30-year timeline. It was literally 30 years in the future. Like, we need you to do something now so that something 30 years from now catastrophic is avoided. It's about climate change. Watch the movie. Watch the movie and tell me I'm wrong. Watch the movie and comment on this video. Tell me that I'm wrong, and you will be lying. Anyway, Tom Cruise in Cocktail. Everybody who saw Tom Cruise in Cocktail wanted to be a bartender who threw bottles. And that's. In fact, right around the time that Cocktail came out, I was in bartending school, and I learned how to make cocktails and be a bartender and get my certification to 10 bar. I think I was 18. I was the youngest bartender. I was too young to drink. I was too young to drink alcohol, but I was a bartender. So there you go. And I could not. I enjoyed Travelers. This is the point at which I ceased to enjoy watching Travelers ever again. I'm watching Travelers, and somewhere, I don't know when it was, somewhere late in the first season, maybe, I don't know, 8 or 9 episodes in, I'm sitting there thinking, like, if people from the future are going into the past, like their consciousness is going into the past, like the whole concept is they could take your consciousness and send it into the past to someone, but that someone that they're sending it into the past, they had to send it into that person on the day, at the moment they died, right? So you're in a car accident, you're in a fight with your abusive spouse or boyfriend or whatever, they bip you on the head, you're dying, the consciousness comes down, takes over your body, and you wake up. You wake up with this other person's consciousness at the moment of your death, right? So the old person is gone, the new person has arrived. That's the concept. That's the idea there. So I'm watching this. I'm into it for the first several episodes, and then I start thinking, like, wait a minute. The problem with the future is that there's so many people and so few resources, right? Like the landscape is ruined, the economy's ruined. We're outstripping our resources because there's so many people and they're desperate to go where there's resources. There's got to be more people in the future than in the present. So there's like no, if there's a backlog of people coming to the present, there's got to be more people. So like at some point, you end up populating the present with people from the future. So then like everybody eventually becomes a traveler, right? And then, you avoid a bunch of deaths, and then the population skyrockets here because you got a bunch of dead people a bunch of people that were supposed to be dead that aren't dead. So then the population kind of skyrockets, but the skyrocketing population is due to these travelers coming from the future. And then like one of the like 2 or 3 episodes later, there's a scene where some kind of thing where they say, okay, everybody who's a traveler stand up. And like everybody in the room stood up. And like, all right, I'm done. I can't watch this thing anymore. And like everybody from the present, from the future now, I can't watch this anymore. This is stupid. And that was the last episode of Travelers I ever watched. I could no longer suspend the disbelief and buy into the narrative because like everybody's a traveler from the future. I'm like, oh, this is stupid. Now I know how the present got ruined because everybody from the future came to the present and the population blew up and everything got ruined. I'm done. I can't watch the show anymore. And that was the end of Travelers for me. That was it. Done and done. So there you go. On to chat. Back into chat. Where is it? It is 11:53. I'm 7 minutes behind in chat now. It was a double feature. They do show double features anymore, Mrs. Hopkins. Here in Houston, they show double features at the drive-in theater of all places. There's a drive-in theater on the east side of downtown Houston, and every time you go to the drive-in theater, you get a double feature. Last double feature I went to see was Ghostbusters, the new Ghostbusters, the reboot, or Ghostbusters, whatever, 4, I guess. Uh, whatever it was called. Ghost of Christmas Past or something, I don't know. And Venom, the second Venom, Let There Be Carnage. One of those movies was good. The other one was Venom, Let There Be Carnage. Jumper. That's a movie. I've seen Jumper once. It's a teleport. It's kind of time travel because it's teleportation. You can't go from New York to Paris like this without it being a time travel movie. I have seen Jumper, but I've only seen it once, and it's hard to really remember. It's hard to really remember. There's like money and all kinds of stuff involved. I can't really remember Jumper, but I do know they didn't like the jumpers. They were hunting them for some reason. Yeah, Looper was something very similar, where the assassins took the mob would send in order to eliminate their in order to assassinate people, they would send the people from the future to the past, and the assassins would take them out as soon as they arrived in the past. And if you were, they would send you from the future into the past until, and you, the assassin, were from the present, if I'm not mistaken, and then in the future you got to no, what the concept was that in the future, when you were done, when you were fired, when you were retired or whatever, they would send you back to the past, and you would then kill yourself. So then that's when you knew you were done as a assassin. I think I might be having that. I might have that wrong. At least that concept. But Bruce Willis went back the first time and died, and then the second time he went back, after he killed himself, the Joseph Gordon-Levitt version of his future self decided not to, and they did what they did. Kind of a mind fuck. I've only seen it twice. A little bit about me: if I like a movie, I'll watch it 2 or 3 times. So I'll watch movies several times over. But it was kind of a mind fuck, because in your future self, if you went back in time, if your future self went back in time and didn't get killed, then they would take your present self and start disassembling you, cutting off feet, cutting off fingers, cutting off hands, and then your appendage in your future self would disappear. So if they take your present self and chop your fingers off, the future self's the fingers would just vanish. They would cease to be. Again, total mindfuck. But see, no, see, when I was watching Looper, the reason that they were going back into the past is because the population of the future far outstripped the resources, and it was this like post-apocalyptic disaster area. The mark was sent into the past to be executed. Exactly. Exactly. I am going to have to watch that. Yeah, Ghostbusters Afterlife. That's what it was. Thank you, Mrs. Hopkins. Right. The past and Looper was future to us. Right. But it was a bit of a mind fuck. It was a bit of a mind fuck, because even the future self that went back to the past was still the future on the future timeline to the person in the present. So if you killed the person in the present, the person from the future died. It wasn't the Avengers time is a flat loop thing. It was a continuous timeline, and yeah, we should probably, that would be a great topic for a Wednesday night for a Wednesday night program, exploring. Let me get my notebook here. Exploring different time travel scenarios. Time travel scenarios in movies. See, my personal theory when it comes to time travel is the universe doesn't give a fuck about you. So if you travel through time, you're just traveling through time. You blip out from here, you appear over there. You're not the timelines only mean something to us. Timelines don't mean anything to the universe isn't trying to correct anything. The universe doesn't care. It does not care. As long as you got your feet on solid ground, the universe doesn't care if you have sex with your grandma to make your father. The universe doesn't care. You can meet yourself. The universe doesn't care. You're just a collection of atoms. Now, the theoretical question of taking atoms from one place and moving it to another place, like duplication of atoms, like yeah, that's kind of a conceptual type of question mark thing. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure the universe doesn't give a shit. Um, like the universe isn't like, oh, he's supposed to meet his lady love. Oh, what will happen? Yeah, the universe, they don't know who you are. The universe doesn't care. Jupiter's not flying around the moon thinking, oh, I wonder if he's going to have the mashed potatoes for dinner or if he's going to skip the mashed potatoes and just go with the scallop potatoes because that's going to affect what happens to the future dinosaurs. Jupiter doesn't give a shit. It doesn't care. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. You can go into the past and make your own great grandfather exist. If that's what you want to do it. Now, that said, something that popped into my head and has like truly been like bugging me. Traveling at faster than the speed of light is effectively time travel, right? Because you get somewhere before anybody sees you being there. You follow? Because if you're traveling faster than the speed of light, like all time around you is slowed down. Um, the Adjustment Bureau. That is a good movie, and I only saw it once and I fell asleep. So I don't I don't. That's the one uh, I'm thinking Brad Pitt, but it's not Brad. Matt Damon, and he ran for Senate, and I think right that's Matt Damon. He ran for Senate. He was senator, and he's like, and he holds up a shoe, and he says, "I had consultants tell me just the right amount of scuffing on my shoe that I need to not look like I'm rich, but not have not enough scuffing." Not have too much scuffing to make me look poor, but not too much, not enough scuffing to make it look like I'm rich. I had consultants telling me how much scuffing I should have on my shoe. Right? That's the one that I'm thinking of, right? Yeah, Matt Damon. That's what. But that's the movie. That's Adjustment Bureau, if I recall. Um, that's pretty much the only thing I remember from that movie. But anyway, if you let's say trying to keep him from being with Emily Blunt, that's probably a good idea in general. Stop people from being with Emily Blunt. Uh, I'm sure she's a charming lady, but it's probably better for her that she's not with him than it is for him to not be with her. Anyway, so let's say you're time traveling. You go from here to a system that's 400 light years away, and you're traveling 4 times the speed of light, right? 10 times the speed of light, 100 times the speed of light, right? Okay, so let's say 100 times the speed of light. You see the light coming from the system is traveling at the speed of light, right? So you see this system as it existed 400 years ago, right? So the events that are happening from that system happened 400 years ago. So if it were Earth, you would be seeing a proto-Earth 400 years ago, which for our purposes would be the dawn of the industrial age, the beginnings of the steam engine, the dawn of the industrial age. You would see a vastly different Earth 400 years ago, right? So you, spaceship guy, you travel at 100 times the speed of light, and you get there in 4 years instead of 400 years, right? So the light, the events that we're seeing on that planet over the course of 400 years are arriving at Earth. But you, the spaceship guy, and your little band of merry astronauts have gone there in 4 years. So 396 years worth of events are coming to us, or have already left. They're arriving here, day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, da, 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 da. But everything that we're seeing from year 395 back to 0 over the next 395 years has changed since it left that planet. You follow what I'm saying? Right? Like, think of the timeline. The time, like, that light is coming to us from that system 400 years ago. So year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, like, all of it has already left. It's already on its way. But something changed after year 4. That spaceship landed after year 4. It left here, went there after year 4. So year 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all of that stuff that's coming to us that already left that planet 396 years ago is coming to us, but it's all changed. Every bit of it has changed. So as we're watching this planetary system slowly evolve through its industrial age and develop steam engines and ironworks and industrialize and develop flight and develop electronics and develop air flight and space flight and all that stuff, right? Like, all that shit has changed as it's happening. Like, I don't know how to reconcile those two things. So that would be a really cool time travel concept to, because like Star Wars does hyperspace travel, faster than light, hyperspace, however they want to describe it. Star Trek does hyperspace travel. I don't think Firefly. Excuse me. I don't think Firefly does, or Serenity does hyperspace travel. I think they're just like really fast. But it's hard to reconcile those two concepts, right? Like, because if you're traveling faster than light, you get there before the events on that planet, the observable events on that planet, happened. So even if it takes 4 years to get to the planetary system that we're going to, 4 years from now, things could be different, probably. But the events that we're seeing 400 years ago are even vastly more different than that. So it's like that makes my brain hurt. Oh fuck, makes my brain hurt on a fundamental level. I would love to talk to a real scientist who thought about this shit and get their perspective on it and find out what they think these concepts would be like. And there's a few guys that I'm working on trying to get them in there, but yeah, it's hard to get these guys in. Anyway, and yeah, Mike, that is also a very, very important fact. If you pinpoint a spot in space and you jump back in time, you would be in space, because space is not only is space expanding, but everything's moving relative to each other and everything else, and it's you would literally have to roll the clock back, roll space back, time back, and move everything back where it was. Because if you're a time traveler, you're also a space traveler. Because if you jump back in time, you also have to jump back in space. Very important point. And that's not something that time travel and space travel movies give enough credit to. Um, Nobody's high enough to understand what I'm talking about when it comes to that. Amanda, nobody, absolutely nobody. But I think it'd be a cool concept for a show. But I would really want to get somebody who thinks about this stuff professionally, somebody who's worked out the math, who thinks like this stuff is possible. Because I mean, I've never heard anybody who talks about. I mean, we know time travel theoretically in at least one sort of way is possible because if light travels in a straight line or if light travels up and down, up and down, up and down, the distance and time. I've seen this demonstration where like the ball, holds the light and he goes along a line, where he moves it up and down and up and down and up and down on the same line. It's the same distance traveled, or it's a farther distance traveled in the same amount of time, but the speed doesn't change, the time has to change, and that's the concept of time travel. You can travel through as you increase your speed, you decrease the as you increase the speed, time dilates. So the way you time travel is by traveling at a very high rate of speed. Um, so you literally get to a place sooner than you would have. Fucked up concept, I know, but that's that's relativity. Einstein came up with it first, but we don't have to get into like the details, the ooey gooey like science details. We can just look at the different concepts of time travel in movies. There's the Back to the Future concept, there's the Avengers concept, there's the closed loop concept where you can only go within um, uh, the the zone when the time machine was first turned on. Um, you can only time travel within the timeline where the time machine exists. Um, Concepts where you can only travel forward in time by skipping time skipping, which is basically what we do every night when we go to bed. We climb into our bed, we turn off the lights, we close our eyes, and in the matter of just mere seconds, you open your eyes again, and it is tomorrow. Just like that. You've traveled through time, forward through time, and if you're having a particularly cool dream, it can feel like you've been sleeping for much longer than you actually have, or it can feel like you've been sleeping for much less time than you already have. Sleep, our beds are amazing time machines. Um, you're not high at all. Well, maybe you should be. There you go. Fire did Firefly do warp speed and faster than light travel? I don't remember them doing. I mean, I know they traveled really fast, but I don't remember any kind of warp or. Oh, I have all of. I've seen them. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Hell, I referenced Serenity and Firefly during the trivia uh, today, but I don't recall. I mean, maybe the capital ships did, but I don't recall there being an explicit mention of faster than light or warp capable travel in Firefly or Serenity. Um, Paranormal Activity movies time travel a little bit. Do they? I mean, they warp. Okay, so time travel and time warping are two different things. Um, And I guess when we go to sleep, we kind of do a time warp. Well, I guess when we dream, we do a time warp, like Inception. There's a time warping every time you go to sleep. The amount of time in a dream is slower than the amount of time in the surface. Da, da, da. So time warping versus time traveling. When you go from, Back to the Future was full on time travel, where you go boop and pop up there. Time warping is when an hour goes by in the course of minutes. You feel like it's been an hour, but it's only been 5 minutes, or you feel like it's been 5 minutes, but it's only been an hour. And that's relativity. Time warping and relativity are the same thing. Where I travel very fast, and what feels like an hour for me is a year for you, because I'm traveling very fast. But that's the same concept when you're sleeping. You go to sleep, you close your eyes and go to sleep, and no time passes from when you open your eyes again. From the time your eyes close and you fall asleep, and when the time your eyes open, no time passes. For you, because you're asleep. But it's been 3, 4, 6, 12 hours, however long you sleep. If you're a real weirdo and you sleep 6 or 12 hours, like the normal person, like the rest of us, you only get 4 hours of sleep. Kidding. I sleep more than 4 hours, right? Who doesn't sleep more than 4 hours? I got a little bit of ice left in my cup. So I've got time for one more cocktail. Boop. A little bit of ginger ale. Shot of whiskey. And then once this cocktail is done, it is time for bed, boys and girls. I don't like putting arbitrary time limits on our time together, but this will be my third cocktail, and it'll be time to go. And I'm measuring it out properly because I'm trying to eat healthy. I'm kidding. I'm measuring out properly so I don't run out of booze. Let BDO time warp again. What's that mean? Who's BDO? Put a little bit more. There we go. Let's BDO the time warp again. It's just a jump to the left. So yeah, some paranormal, they'll snap you back in time, and you kind of have visions and flashbacks for paranormal movies. I need to stir this up a little bit because I put the booze on top, the whiskey on bottom, and the mixer on bottom and the booze on top, and that's the wrong way to do it. So jump to the left and step to the right. Yeah, that'd be a fun concept for a show because there's different concepts of time travel in movies, like Looper, where there's the ongoing timeline that happens even when it bends back into the past. There's the Back to the Future timeline stories. There's the Futurama timeline stories, where the past loops back into the future and loops back into the past, and there's the I guess time travel. The Marvel Universe concept of time travel isn't so much time travel as it's just shifting between shifting between the multiverse, the dimensional planes in the multiverse. He's not actually time traveling. He's just moving from point A to point B in the multiverse. That would be a fun. That would be a really fun story show, and that would be completely separate from the faster than light time travel paradox. Man, how cool would it be to get someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson or Phil Plait, or hell, even get Tanya back on the show to talk about time travel? But she's so busy with her business and all the other shit. I don't think I could. I don't think I could trick her into coming to the show. I might be able to. It'd be fun though. If I could, that'd be cool. Um, Sheldon Cooper. Oh, where's Sheldon Cooper when you need him? You know, here, fun fact. I've never seen that show. Uh, what's it? Big Bang Theory. I've never seen Big Bang Theory. Never watched it. Um, I've seen clips. I've seen segments and clips, but I've never actually watched Big Bang Theory. Uh, I've never watched an entire episode. I know what it is. I know the characters. Hell, Jim Parsons was a. I went to college at the same time as Jim Parsons. He was at the University of Houston at the same time as me. Um, uh, but yeah, I've never actually watched. Never actually watched an entire episode of Big Bang Theory. I don't think I ever. I don't think I ever met Jim Parsons. Uh, no, I take that back. I did. He worked at the. I think there was a Jim Parsons that worked at the Daily Cougar, the newspaper on campus at the University of Houston when I was at the University of Houston. But I don't think it was the same Jim Parsons, who was the famous actor, who was also at the University of Houston, contemporaneous with me and the other Jim Parsons. So I believe there were two Jim Parsons on campus at the University of Houston at the same time. One that I knew, one that I didn't. The one that I didn't became famous uh, for the Big Bang Theory and other stuff, I'm sure. So yeah, but yeah, the discussion in the Avengers on time travel is absolutely like you've watched too many movies. The movies have lied to us this whole time. I mean, yeah, that's kind of a. But see, here's the other concept when it comes to time travel. Like if there's an infinite number of paths, like from this point, there's an infinite number of futures that could possibly be. That means there's also an infinite number of pasts that there could possibly be, which means there's an infinite number of timelines which intersect in this specific point right here. An infinite number of timelines. So there's literally nothing you could do in the past to screw up the present. There's literally nothing you can do in the present to screw up the future because the future is infinite, the past is infinite, and it also means that if you go into the past and try to come back into the future, there's absolutely no way you can get back to the point where you left because there's an infinite number of paths that pass through every single point in the present, future, and past. So I'm perfectly happy to be publicly on record with saying time travel is completely and totally impossible. You can't fucking do it unless you're talking about time dilation and warping time going forward. There's no way you can warp time so much that it bends backwards and you can end up previous to where you were. There's no way that can happen. Impossible. And I have no problem coming out and saying that out loud that something is not merely improbable, but completely impossible as well. I have no problem saying that. Why didn't y'all tell me the chat was falling off the side of the page? I can always fix things. You know, I'm like the production manager as well as like the host, and I can fix things on my screen. If there's something wrong, y'all can tell me. Other than my face, I can't fix this, but I can fix all of this. Anywho, um, Professor Hulk's response to War Machine's suggestion about eliminating baby Thanos. That is a moment of movie gold. Um, and you know, I for one would have no problem killing baby Hitler. Absolutely no problem. Are we allowed to say Hitler out loud on YouTube? I don't know. I would have no problem doing it. Knowing what happens in the future, I would have no, like, we, different problems would arise. That's fine. We can solve those problems over time. I am not the Pollyannish type that says the present is the best possible present that we can have. Nah. I think we could probably have better presents. There's better ways to do what we've done over the course of history. And what I found to be really, 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 really funny is a minor diversion into American politics here. In 2015, 2016, when they were having all the party debates, every single person on the stage during a Republican debate said without question that they would kill baby Hitler. Even Mitt Romney, which I found to be just laughable and funny. Every single one of them said they would do it. But then when given the opportunity to, like, to actually stand up for their, like, yeah, definitely go back and in theory prevent like a catastrophic event from happening in the future. Absolutely. But then in the future, when given the opportunity to actually prevent an actual catastrophic event, they were all like, well, I don't know, maybe we get judges and, So absolutely to a man, 100%. All like 48 candidates in 2016 were lying. They would not kill baby Hitler. So, but that also leads a different question. As human beings, if we did not have laws prohibiting murder, adultery, things like that, would we do it? Like, I know the Purge movies are all popular and stuff. Like, they say one day without laws, and the people are like, I'm going to murder the fuck out of everybody. Woo! But, like, nobody's like, you got one day without laws, and you're just like, you know what? I'm just going to, like, I don't know, like, I got a day without laws. I'm just going to, like, I don't know, rob a bank. I don't want to hurt anybody. I just want to rob a bank so that I have some cash. Or just like go to the DMV and just sign over all the cars into their name, right? I mean, you don't have to like kill anybody to commit crimes during the purge, right? You could just go to the county registrar's office and take all the all the title deeds and sign them over to yourself, right? Like one day without laws, there's nothing stopping you from owning everybody's house in the neighborhood, right? Right? You don't have to murder people. Like they can still live in the house. They're just gonna have to pay you rent for the next year until the purge comes along again. Then they'll probably kill you. But that would also be a good idea for a show. Like better things to do in the purge than murder. Better things to do in the purge. Better things to do in the purge than murder. And it also raises another question. Like if you steal a car, do you have to register it? Because it's a stolen car and it was like legally stolen because there weren't laws against stealing cars. Like, do I have to register it the next day? Like, fine, I'll register the car the next day. That is the creepiest guy. Hello. Hey, baby. I wish I could turn the camera on her right now, but YouTube would kick me off. Damn, she's a fine woman. I love you, baby. That was a beautiful butterfly impression. Damn. Damn. So when you look up from your computer and you see a human form in your window, like I'm not wearing my glasses. Like I wear these. These are prescription to see. That light is in my face. So I wear these. Like you can probably see that light right there reflecting off the lenses. I wear these because that is a bright light and I can't see anything. Uh, over here, about see how far away is that? Hang on. Ugh. Do I have my tape measure over here? No, my tape measure is over there. I'm installing a floor, so my tape measure is over there where my floor is. But that's probably 10 feet, 8 feet away from me right here. So about 8 to 10 feet is my door. My door is a glass door, so I can see out in the hallway. When you look up and you see a human form standing in the window, kind of creeps you out a little bit. But then, like, the second thing, like your brain registers, like, geez, there's a person standing there. That kind of creeps you out because there's a person standing in the window, right? But then the second thing is like, oh, that's my wife. She's lovely. I love her. An absolute vision. I'm calculating in my head how far I can go without like full on embarrassing her. Not that she's watching, but she's got her blanket and she holds the blanket out like this and she says, "This is my impersonation of a butterfly." That's what she said when she opened the door. "Do you like my impersonation of a butterfly?" Like, yeah, I really like the impersonation of a butterfly. But so like it's dark out there, the kids are in bed. Y'all can fill in the blanks, right? Do I have to be explicit about this? Anyway. That was her subtle cue for me to wrap this up and go to bed. So we've got 30 minutes on the clock. You've got 30 minutes, and then I'm heading to Wonderland, if you will, to go chase down the butterfly. But anyway, what was I even talking about? Oh, the purge. Like they say, it's the purge. We're just gonna fucking kill everybody. Like you don't have to kill people. You can just steal shit. And of course, they don't want you to steal shit, so maybe you do have to kill people. But if you all you got to do is re-register the cars. It's fraud. If you just go in there and like sign over title deeds to yourself, that's fraud. Like it's full on fraud. But there's no laws for one day during the purge, so you can go in there and just like. Needless to say, the purge is stupid. It's a dumb movie. It's a dumb concept for a movie. It's just dumb. But it would be a fun little thought experiment to see like how could we do the like in a real civil society, like if we're with civilized people in a civil society, how would the purge actually go? Because if you take away laws for a day, uh, if you take away laws for a day, thank you there, Miss Hopkins. I appreciate that. If you take away laws for a day, and immediately everybody's like, I'm going to rape the fuck out of everything and kill everything too. Woo woo! That, you're not a fucking civilized society, right? If the only thing standing between you and complete and total mayhem is a legal prohibition preventing you from doing that, you're not a civilized individual. You're a fucking barbarian. And only the fear of penalty and prevents you from doing that shit. Right? So, like, for most normal people in the entire world, you don't need a law saying don't fuck animals, right? Like, I'm guessing, well, how many people do we have in chat? We have 8 people in chat. I'm guessing the 8 of you in chat right now don't need a law telling you not to fuck animals, right? Like, if the federal government passed a law tomorrow saying that there could be no laws preventing the fucking of animals, I'm guessing most of you, if not all of you, would not immediately go, oh. Angie, you picked a hell of a time to join the party. Anyway, I'm guessing most, if not all of you, would not immediately go out and find some goats to fuck. I'm guessing, I may be wrong about the moral fortitude of most of you, but I'm guessing most, if not all, if there was no law prohibiting that, you would still not do it. I'm just guessing. Right? So that's to say that if in a truly civil society, it's not laws that keep us civil. It's the civil nature of like the laws create the structure. The laws create the framework. The laws say like these are the boundaries within which you must remain, right? And then like the rest of us, we agree like, okay, yeah, we can stay within those boundaries. And then occasionally we need to move boundaries a little places and it's fine. And it's the shopping cart problem, right? There's like no law requiring you to put away your shopping cart, but there's two types of people in the world. There's decent, kind, sensible, honest, caring, loving, thoughtful individuals. And then there's the fuckers that just leave the fucking shopping carts strewn out all around the goddamn parking lot like a bunch of goddamn animals, right? There's two types of people in the world. And what I'm saying is, for most of us, if there was no law prohibiting murder, like in the Purge, there's no law prohibiting murder, we all be like, yeah, okay, it's just Tuesday, we're fine. We're not going to like go, all right, I'm going to go kill that motherfucker. You're just not going to go out and start murdering people because it's not a thing that we do, right? It's the goat fucking law. If there was no law saying don't fuck goats, most of us aren't going to fuck goats. We're just not gonna because that's not who we are, right? And that's the difference between civil society and there was a time when I would say most of society is probably civil society, but now post pandemic, I'm like 60% is civil probably, but it may even be lower than that. It may even be closer to 45%, not 60%, because I really do think, at least in America, I really do think that like murder is probably more likely to happen if you're allowed to do it. I mean, it's not like everybody's going to go out and murder everybody, whatever. But we have like laws that like allow it. Like we don't call it murder. We call it stand your ground laws or castle laws or whatever the hell you want to call it. But it's like you can shoot somebody for trying to steal your car. You can impose the death penalty on somebody who's scaring you by knocking on your door in the middle of the night. You can shoot first and ask questions later. It's fine. It's allowed in some states, not all states. But what I'm saying is, the purge is not. We don't like it. It's not realistic because it's like way over the top. It's like, okay, as of 6 p.m. and you have till 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. tonight to 6 p.m. tomorrow, whatever. It's 24 hours, 12 hours, however long the purge is supposed to be. Like as soon as the hands touch 12, they're upright, they're up and down. 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock, bing, 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 bing. Like all hell breaks loose. Roving gangs of murderous thugs and blah, 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 blah. But I kind of suspect that that's not really what it would be. I kind of suspect that most places it would just be a normal night. There'd be a few places that it would be pretty bad. Some places where it would be a little bit like isolated bad, but I really do think that most places. Now, that said, if you think about the Wild Wild West, even in the Wild Wild West, there wasn't like even in the Wild Wild West, there there was lawlessness, but there wasn't like, I mean, it was just like what would it be? It's might makes right type of thing. But even then, it's like most people just didn't want fucking. They didn't want any fucking trouble. They just didn't want trouble. Just I'm not happy with it. I'm gone. It's fine. And if I can get 2 or 3 of my buddies, maybe I can get my property back. But I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want any trouble. Just want what's right. I want what's right. And the concept of right and wrong is fundamental and foundational for us as people. It's just a disagreement on what's right and what's wrong and the grievances and all that stuff. That's why we have a third-party justice, third-party arbiters of what's right and wrong, and ultimately the law to decide that. So what I'm saying is the purge probably isn't realistic, but there might be a way to make it more realistic, right? And I think for the most part, like just think about it. If there was 24 hours where there were no laws, I mean, what would you really do, right? Would you go out and murder a bunch of fucking people? Or would you try to get the things you need? You know what I mean? Would you like try to get the medicines you need and like the resources? Like if it were me, I'd go out and I'd try and get the valuables. Like I have 24 hours, right? If I have 24 hours, probably reasonably, rationally, we'd hole up and just chill out, go into the woods, I'm trying to protect my property probably, try and make sure that my valuable shit doesn't get taken. But need to roll up to chat. I'm ignoring chat. My apologies. I mean, if there's no laws, like you'd probably try and make sure that your valuable shit is protected, right? But then on the day after there's no laws, you probably want to have stuff on hand that you could then use to meet your needs. If you needed medicines, if you needed cash, if you needed, if you were in debt, you would probably do what you could to erase that debt, hacking into bank systems. Obviously banks are going to try to protect their systems. So if you're $10,000 in debt, you're going to go try to find $10,000 to pay off your debt. There's nothing wrong with paying off your debt. That's not illegal. You can do that on Tuesday if Monday is the purge. I just think it's unrealistic that the purge goes from 0 to murder everybody and kill and rape and do all this shit. From 0 to murder on at 6 p.m. I don't think that's particularly realistic. I don't, and that's why whatever. It's a gory shoot 'em up, murder porn type of TV show, but it's not, or a movie rather. I just don't find it to be particularly realistic, which is why an idea for a show like how would you like better things to do in the purge than murdering everybody would probably be a good idea for a Wednesday night topic. I've never seen Orange is the New Black, so I don't know who Boo is. Sorry. However, that said, knowing myself, like I wouldn't if like murder wasn't illegal. I mean, I'm not saying I'm a saint. I'm not a saint. I can't say for sure that if there were no laws that I would walk kindly on eggshells to not harm the world around me. Uh, you know, but I would also try to do this. I don't know. I'm not a saint. I'm not a saint, and I know like deep down inside I don't know. I struggle with that idea. How good of a person am I really? I don't know. I don't know because I've never had to live in a world where you just didn't have didn't have any rules whatsoever. I mean, I know I'm a disciplined individual. I would do what I need to do, but see, that's the phrase. I do what I have to do, and what you have to do isn't always good things. Sometimes what you have to do is very, very bad, and sometimes you need people to do the things that they have to do because you're not willing to do the things you have to do. You only want to do the things you want to do. That's an uncomfortable thing to think about. I don't want to think about that anymore. So enough of that. I'm guessing the goat fucking making a few men in Georgia very happy. I don't think it was probably more than a few. um, uh, my neighbors ate. Oh, neighbors eat mountain sheep. Yeah, I mean, eating mountain sheep is fine. There's nothing wrong with eating them, just so long as you're like talking about cooking the meat and eating them, not eating them in a sensual manner. I do know about Slab City, but here's the fun thing about Slab City. They say there's no laws in Slab City. Um, I was first introduced to Slab City in what was it, Call of the Wild? Uh, no, not Call of the Wild. Call of Into the Wild. That's what it was. Into the Wild. I was first introduced to Slab City. Like I suspect most people were first introduced to Slab City. They live there without law enforcement, taxation, and administration. That's the common conceit, that they live there without law enforcement, taxation, or administration. But the reality is, they do have social enforcement of norms. They don't have a city council, but they do have a group, a management group, a group of elders, a group of I don't know what you would call it. It's not an official like city council because there's no city, there's no mayor. There's like a there's and there is a group that enforces the social norms for Slab City. If you run up against the it's a communal community, and they are defined by their values, and they define their values. And if you go against the community values, they will drive you out. They may not require you to leave, but they will make it very uncomfortable for you until you do leave. And that's just like every other community out there. There's no taxation necessarily. Uh, there's no required taxation. But if you don't pull your fair share, if you don't pull your weight and don't contribute your fair share, you will be shunned out of the community. I mean, everybody's accepted until you're not, until you choose to not be a part of the community. If you choose to not be a part of the community, you will no longer be accepted. Uh, it's a wild group out there, and it's a really cool communal way to live. But if you go to Slab City and kill somebody, they're gonna fuck you up. They're not just going to be all, they're not going to just shrug their shoulders and go, oh, well, sometimes people die. I guess we're just move on with our hippy dippy. No, if you go out there and you do shit, you will run afoul of the community. And if you run afoul, and that's no different than professional, organized community. It is an organized community. It is 100% organized. They have an administrative structure that does what they may not have plumbing or electricity or all the other stuff, but they absolutely have there's a hierarchy. It's just a looser, more open hierarchy than we're accustomed to seeing in our cities and towns and communities here. Even here, I live in a fucking suburb of the city of Houston. We have a neighborhood association, a homeowners association that's managed by a company that manages homeowners associations. They're a bunch of fucking idiots. And I have opinions about that. But, it's a loose organization. Generally, if it didn't have a iron fist to some corporate overlords. It would be a loose association with no real governance and no real administration, but we would have contracts that handled the mowing of things that were just like they would just shit would just run, and people run that shit, but it's not like it's not like an elected governor or mayor or whatever. Um, anyway, Angie, I'd love to. Maybe I will. Definitely. Uh, um, scrolling through chats. He's through a ginger. There are laws in a sense because I wouldn't be welcomed with open arms. If I would, and see that's what I'm talking about. In Slab City, there's yeah. I mean, y'all are hitting on exactly what I'm talking about. There's there are understood social norms, even in Slab City. Anywhere you have more than one person existing in a defined space, you immediately have governance. You immediately have laws. You immediately have, even if they're not written laws, you have an understanding. And the more people you add, the more codified that understanding has to be. Um, but but there's no such thing. There's no such thing as a place where more than two people live where there are no laws. Even within my house, there's only four of us in this house, but even within this house, we have a governing hierarchy. We have rules, unwritten rules, but they're rules, and there's an understanding. And if you run afoul of the rules, there is discipline and uh, uh, there's discipline and judgment and an opportunity for redemption. So there you go. And I would even challenge the idea that they live by the honor system. I don't think that they really do. They that is a very communal whatchamacallit, a very communal community, a very socialistic community, very communistic. Probably not that. Probably doesn't go that far, but it's very socially intertwined. It's a lot of live free, leave me alone, mind your own business type of shit. But it's also a whole lot of I'll scratch your back, you scratch my back. Everybody's looking out for each other. It's a remarkable community they have out there. Crime was lower in the '80s. Freakonomics to learn why. Freakonomics is a great book. Oh my god, you're the only other person I know who's ever mentioned Freakonomics out loud. I love Freakonomics. That is a fantastically interesting book. The Stevens are very clever with their economic analysis for social issues. Freakonomics. Do I have that book up there on my shelf, or is it on one of my other shelves? Freakonomics is an economics. It's a book of several economics essays that looks at the unexpected explanations for commonly accepted things. Like one of the treatises or one of the essays in the book is uh, setting the price for late pickups at a daycare. So the daycare workers, this daycare was working, and they said that there was a handful of parents that were showing up late to pick up their kids. So the daycare imposed a penalty on parents arriving late to pick up their kids of $25 for the first 30 minutes, and it was like no, it was like yeah, it was something like that for $25 for every 30 minutes that they were late. So up to the first 30 minutes was $25, and 30 minutes $25. After 30 minutes it was $50. After an hour it was 125, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That had the unexpected effect of parents deciding that it was more valuable to them to spend an extra 10 minutes at work and show up late to pick up the kids because so it would be worth $25 to show up a little bit late because they were spending less time in traffic. So everybody, the unexpected result of them imposing this penalty on the parents was more parents showing up late, and the daycare was actually making more money. But the problem was that the daycare workers were having to stay late, so that the daycare was paying the workers more, and it was this cascading problem of more parents showing up late, and they were making more money, but they were spending more money because they had to pay the workers to stay later. So um, it was quite the clusterfuck, and they couldn't undo that either, because once the parents got into the habit of staying a little bit later, when they dropped the penalty for staying late, the parents were just like, well, now it doesn't cost me anything to stay late for work. I have no obligation to show up at 5:30. I can just show up at 6 o'clock like I was planning to anyway. And then the parents are just saving $25 at that point. So yeah, that was one of the unexpected consequences of the penalty for staying late. What they ended up having to do was raise the penalty, I believe, to $50 every 30 minutes instead of $25. Um, and then there was the essay about the sumo wrestlers. The essay there's an essay about abortion in Romania, and how the uh, fall of the Ceausescu in Romania could be directly tied to the restriction of abortion in Romania, because like 20 years later is when his government fell and he ended up being strung up by a light pole. Um, Fascinating book. If you get a chance to read it, read it. You can probably get it cheap now, probably off the $5 shelf or the dollar shelf if you actually go to a physical bookstore that sells physical books. Um. Anyway, on we go. On we go. Let's scroll a minute. Uh, but yeah, Slab City is fucking fascinating. It's a fascinating social experiment that's been ongoing. Freakonomics is a great book. Go rent it. Go buy it. Go to your local library and get it. Go to Amazon and buy it. Get it on your Kindle. Get it in paper. I like the paper copies myself because, um, yeah, there's a lot of stuff on YouTube about Slab City. Um, and it is a fascinating place, an absolutely fascinating place. Good night, Bimbo Barbarella. Thank you for swinging by. Love you bunches. Appreciate you being here. Incentives and unintended consequences. There are so many unintended consequences that you think you're doing one thing, and it just like it bubbles out into so many other different things. Unintended consequences are, I mean, they are some of my favorite parts of economics and business. You think you're incentivizing one specific behavior, like this 100,000 views project that I've been working on since the middle of February. Um, it was really, really important to start the project with a specific focus and an end in mind. And there's been a whole bunch of unintended consequences that came along with the focus on just getting more views to the channel, getting more and more and more and more views to the channel, not necessarily more views to each video, yes, but more views to the channel in general. Because what I found after a couple of months of working on it was that new subscribers is not a function of views. It's not a function of watch time. It's not a function of anything that I was expecting. And this is like a duh a duh moment, of course. When I say this out loud, y'all are going to think, well, obviously, you fucking moron. Duh. But new subscribers to your channel comes from, you ready for this? Unique views. So the metric you want to look for when if you had only one metric that you could look at on all of the analytics on the YouTube page, one metric that you could look at that you want to maximize, you want to boost, you want to make sure you're getting the most of, one metric, unique views. And obviously, you're going to get new subscribers from unique viewers. The most new subscribers you get are not going to be from your returning viewers, because your returning viewers are what? Already subscribers. Obviously, your returning viewers are mostly already subscribers. But you get those unique views, the first time viewers, the people who've never seen your shit before. The more of those you can get, the more new subscribers you get. And I can go back through my data and I can show a 1-to-1 correlation. When my unique views go up, my subscribers go up. Unique views go down to 0, subscribers. There's like a line at which above that line you get new viewers. Below that line you don't. And it's intuitive once you find that out. It's like, duh, obviously. You want to go where nobody's heard of you before. I mean, your cheapest customer is a return customer. But the only way you grow your business is you go to new customers. You got to go find new customers and bring them in. Duh. This is not earth-shattering stuff, but this is something that I never thought about when I was thinking about growing my channel on the YouTubes. Did I see Good Place in chat? Did I just see Good Place? We're rewatching The Good Place right now. They talked about unintended consequences of The Good Place. Yes, they did. They absolutely talked about unintended consequences. That's like the whole point of The Good Place is unintended consequences. And you can find The Good Place on Netflix right now, the entire series on Netflix. It is a fantastic series about philosophy, heaven, hell, the afterlife. It is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I love The Good Place. Go watch it. It's great. But yes, that is you absolutely you want to see Easy Street with Jen. Good Place is I think it was a series on I want to say CBS or ABC. I don't think it was NBC. But it is fantastic. There's 4 seasons if I'm not mistaken. People die, they go to the good place, hilarity ensues. Watch it. It's fantastic. Don't want to spoil any more of that. NBC, there you go. Thank you, Amanda. It was NBC. NBC, and it really is good. It is an interesting journey through philosophical ideas and being a good person and going to the good place or the bad place, and yeah, it's quite fascinating. And it is really easy to binge too, because they're all 22 minutes long, and you can just blow through an entire season in an afternoon. You don't have TV. Well, you have Netflix on your computer, so you've got some TV. Anyway, Good Place on Netflix again. Yeah, we just started watching the series again 2 days ago. And it is a whole study. Like, really, the series is a whole study on unintended consequences, measuring the wrong thing for the wrong outcome, and getting the wrong results. It is absolutely fascinating. Which was another important thing that I wanted to focus in on when I was doing my 100,000 views project was doing it for the right reason so that I could measure the right things so that I could get the right results. Because my thought process was, if I get more views, if I get more people watching the videos and watching the channel and engaged with the channel, then good things will come from that. You know, because if you think about the basic sales funnel, the more people you start with, where's my hand? You start with potential customers right up here, and then the number of people you engage with, and then the number of people that respond to that engagement, and then the number of people who consider further action, and then ultimately you get down to that point down at the bottom of actual customers. And in the case of YouTube, you have impressions, and then where's my hands? Impressions, and then the click-through rate determines the people actually see it, and then your engagement determines the people who hang around long enough, and the people who hang around long enough become subscribers. And then those subscribers go back into the engagement, and it kind of feeds the loop. But in order to get this number as big as you need to get it or want to get it, you need to have unique viewers. And that kind of swells it out as much as possible. And my secret sauce for getting unique viewers was using YouTube Shorts. I'm just not really good with the pre-edited videos and uploading videos. I don't have the time or patience or energy to do it. I don't have a lot of content ideas to put together videos that are worth a shit to watch. So I do live streams, which have their own unique challenges. Live streams engage an audience at a particular time. They don't get a lot of engagement after the fact, versus movie reactions and video reactions and video games and all the other shit that gets a lot of engagement after the fact. I don't have a lot of that, and I don't have the time and patience to edit that shit together, and I'm not gonna. But um, my shorts, I love it when people consume my shorts. But the shorts videos are great for the stuff that we do at the distillery. I do bottle fills, bottle labeling, little like 30-second, 15-second, 60-second, like basically commercials for the distillery. And I can put that shit together and plop it out on the onto the shorts feed, and people watch it. You get 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, 10,000 views on a short. Out of those views, several thousand of them are unique viewers. 90% of them, for the most part, are unique viewers. So if you get 5,000 views, or hell, 2 or 3,000 views on a short, then if 2 or 3% of them become subscribers, then boom, you have 3 or 4 new subscribers, or 10 or 15 new subscribers, just like that. And that's where the math comes together. And if I could ever figure out how to do a video that was good, that people would watch, that more than 5 people would watch, and upload it and put it onto the YouTubes, I'd do it. But I don't know how to do that yet. I still have not figured that out. My forte is lives, and they come with their own hindrance, but they also come with their own benefits of being able to build a real community with the people over here in chat that I can chat with and commune with and talk with 2 or 3 times a week. And then when I do my live day in the life stuff, y'all come over and see me working behind the scenes, and it's kind of cool. So there you go. Easy Street with Jen. You can, if you don't want to pay for Netflix, you can still get the show. It's probably like $50 or something if you want to actually buy it from Amazon or something like that on the DVDs. But other than that, I mean, that's the only place you can get it right now. So it's a great show. I highly recommend it. Steal somebody's Netflix account, or borrow somebody's Netflix account. Watch it sometime. You could probably knock the whole series out in 2 weeks. Probably could, yeah. Because it's probably what it would be, 4 seasons, 13 to 15 episodes per season, so it's probably 60 episodes, maybe 60 episodes. If you watch 3 a night, that would be 20 nights that you can watch it. So 3 weeks, you can knock it out. That's a movie. 3 episodes is a movie. So 4 episodes would be between an hour and a half and 2 hours long. That would be 15 days. You could easily knock it out in 2 weeks. Bam. Easily. If you were committed and really wanted to watch it, you can knock them out in 2 weeks. So give it a month. You can easily watch it in a month. Anyway, Stranger Things is also cool. We watched the first few episodes of Umbrella Academy, but I never did. We didn't get into it, and it was weird. It was weird. So there you go. It will very likely show up on YouTube. You could probably get most of the episodes on YouTube already. Be quite honest. I know there's a lot of clips you can find on YouTube. Good night, Angie. Love and light to you as well. It's after 1 o'clock. It's a good time to start wrapping this up. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages. No, you know what? I've got just a little bit of my cocktail left. I'll go until the end of my cocktail. We will finish the cocktail. So maybe 20 more minutes. Good night, Angie. Good night. I didn't see the end of your of the art that you were producing tonight, but I am sure it was gorgeous. I did see the middle of what you were producing, and I thought it looked really, really cool as you were flowing your paints across the canvas. So good night to you, madam. So that's some ideas. Maybe I don't know how I would work the good place into a show idea. Different concepts of the afterlife. That sounds like a lot of fucking a lot more research I'm willing to do right now. Maybe later in the summer we might be able to pull that together. But the real challenge I have is getting copyright claims if I use any clips from the good place. So I don't want to run afoul of the copyright police by using NBC's copyrighted footage. The one time I did a Wednesday night show when I did the trolley problem, I used footage from the good place and got dinged with a copyright claim. And it's not hurting me to have the copyright claims because I'm not monetized, but I don't want to run when it does come, when we do pass the 1,000 subscriber mark, I don't want it to come afoul. I don't want YouTube to look at it and go, oh, all you do is use copyrighted information. Like, that's not what I do, you dickholes. But I don't want to run into, I don't even want that to be a issue. I don't want to run into that gray area. And our Friday nights live, I've run into a handful of those issues where we've had cover bands playing music, and I've had to clip the music that was dinged for copyrights out. But, it's not that big of a deal. I've been able to clip it out, and it's not been that big of a deal. The last Friday Night Live was actually removed from public viewing until I could clip out the offending parts of the video. Once I clipped out the offending parts of the video, it is now available to be seen. So it's probably just a quick jump cut inside the video. You're probably not even going to notice it if you're not paying attention. But yeah, the trolley problem episode was absolutely hilarious. That I got their blood in my mouth. And David kept telling him, it's not real. It's not real. This is just a simulation. Well, I got some of the simulation in my mouth. Absolutely hilarious. It really is a good episode. It's a good TV series. It really is. But next week, Monday, July 4th, our country's birthday. I mean, I don't know if it really is the birthday. It's our Independence Day. It's kind of our conception day. Our birthday is really September 17th when the Constitution was ratified. But Independence Day counts. That's when we became a thing. Um, I'm reading chat. Sorry. Um, anyway, July 4th, we will have a fireworks display. This is a cake of 440 rockets, 440 Saturn rockets, and those right there are 2 tubes of 100 rockets. Those will all be lit off on Monday, July 4th. We're going to do the show live. I will record it while we do it. And then after the fact on Tuesday and Wednesday, I'll splice them together and post the show out. So the Old Humble 4th of July, 4th of July and 600 subscriber firework extravaganza will be shown both live and in edited formats. And hopefully will be a great video and everybody will love it and it will go viral and then I'll be famous and people will just want my autograph and love me and see me in grocery stores and point and go, oh, that's the guy. I'm like, yep, that's me. Nice to see you. Cheers. And then random women will come and hand me Sharpies and ask me to sign their boobs. And I'll do it because that's my duty. That's my job. I have to. Not because I want to, but because I have to. Just because, once you become a famous YouTuber, you are obligated when people ask you to sign their breasts to do so. It's not a law that I made up. It's a law that I just have to follow when I become a famous YouTuber. So don't hate me because I'm beautiful. Hate me because I'm a jerk. That's all that I ask. Anyway, so yeah, 4th of July fireworks extravaganza and 600 subscriber celebration. That'll be on the 4th of July. Mexican Independence Day is the 16th. I don't think we celebrate Mexican Independence Day around these parts. But Bastille Day is also the 14th, which is usually a great day for the Tour de France, and that is usually the only day a Frenchman wins a stage in the Tour de France, which should be kicking off in the next few days, if it hasn't already. If I become famous, YouTube, does that mean? You could. I think that's I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works for girls, but I just know that as a guy, if I am asked to sign breasts, I have to. It's a rule. It's a law. I believe. I believe it's in the international court, international code of uh, international relations. I think. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. I think that's a thing. Uh, I mean, I'll just keep going down this fucking rabbit trail all day long. I will keep going. You cannot stop me. Um, yeah, it's like a law. It's like the Geneva Conventions. It's a international compact of treaties that are signed by all of the countries. And the United States is one of them. And if we don't do it, then we can get kicked out of NATO. So I don't want us to get kicked out of NATO. So if somebody makes me or asks me to sign their breasts, I have to do it. Otherwise, we'll get kicked out of NATO. And if we get kicked out of NATO, then the terrorists win. And you don't want the terrorists to win, right? That's not what you want. You don't want the terrorists to win. I have to do it. It's my duty as a law-abiding and God-fearing citizen of the national globe. I mean, if I don't do my duty, then the Germans might bomb Pearl Harbor again, and we can't have that, by God. Do you do you want the Germans marching down the main street of Denver, Colorado? Jesus Christ. It's my duty. It's my duty to sign the boobies. All right, but for real. This will be launched off on July 4th, Monday, July 4th. Next Wednesday, we will have a whiskey happy hour. Thursday, we will have trivia. Friday, we will not. I don't know what we'll do Friday. I don't know if we're going to have a show tomorrow, but I might. If you're already a subscriber, hit the notification bell, and that'll come up. If you're not a subscriber, become a subscriber. But I think we're all. I think we're all family here. We can be honest with each other. And if you're not family, then fuck off. But tomorrow, I also restart the road show, so there's a really good chance I might just be too damn tired to do a show tomorrow night. But you know, Michael let you sign his boobs, Angie. They celebrated my former Atlanta big concerts, huge crowds, a Mexican. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. We have enough neighborhoods here in Houston that probably do celebrate it with big concerts and big crowds. Out here in the suburbs, I don't think they. I am gonna go catch that butterfly. I need to eat some dinner. It's fucking 1:30. I need to eat dinner. I had a sandwich today. Bread, bologna, cheese. No mustard, no mayo. Bread, bologna, and American cheese. It was a sandwich. I ate a sandwich for dinner before the show started. It was really, really. I mean, I'm like, I need to eat some food, and we have mayonnaise in the refrigerator. But I was looking at the mayonnaise, and I have no. We have two bottles of mayonnaise. They are both like 85% full. And I have no idea when we bought that mayonnaise. I have absolutely no idea. They almost certainly went on road trips with us. And I have no idea how old that mayonnaise is. It could be 2 years. It could be 8 years. It could be 6 months. I have no idea. So I had white bread. It wasn't even white bread. It's honey wheat bread. A slice of bologna and a slice of American cheese. I had a sandwich. It was edible. That's about it. Just edible. This looks good. I like the bacon stash. This is nice. I like this. I might keep. My wife hates it, but I may keep this. I may grow out the ends and have it just come down a little bit deeper. But that's about it. I think I'll keep this for a little while longer. It's gonna go. It's gonna go soon. It's not gonna be forever. But there you go. All right, guys. Be awesome to each other. Think with your whole brain. Love with your whole heart. And remember, when the world is fucked up and you can't make sense of anything, life is too short for bad whiskey. Cheers and good night.